fine, but it seems like it's just kind of spinning out of control a little bit in my point of view. I don't have a lot of concerns about, trying to identify an RV and what should be left on the street or what's not left on the street. But I wanted to reiterate to everybody that the spirit of this was to allow the sheriff's office to be able to act on a complaint-based issue that we do get from time to time in town. In fact, I got one just this past week about an abandoned trailer. So these are calls that occur. And for us to be able to do something, I just need the code to be a little bit cleaner, hence my first draft. The second thing I want to point out also is that 95% of my original draft was already in the lines of municipal code in some fashion. Most of this was dotted throughout the code in different areas. If memory serves me correctly, there was parts of it that you found under the title of general provisions or sidewalks and alleyways and things like that. So all we did was pulled everything out of the code and tried to put it under one common area, the 1088 code, and make it its own living, breathing document. So it seems like it's just taken on a life form of its own with, people living in RVs and how long and stuff like that. If the town wants people to live in RVs on the side of the street, so be it. The fact of the matter is the sheriff's office is not going to go out and look for this stuff. This, again, is complaint driven. And I got the sense from the last couple of readings and the last couple of times that we've been dealing with this, that we're really picking the language out pretty hard and going into the weeds with, how things are written. And, not that that's a huge problem, but it just seems like it's morphing out of control, in my opinion. I've tried to review. I got home a little bit late from regular work. So I tried to review kind of where we're at with all the updates and the amendments. And it just seems like the intent of this redraft is just going a little sideways. And I wanted to make sure everybody was clear of the true intent. Again, I'm not going out looking for violators. This is not what I do with my time or my deputies. If a complaint comes in, I have to deal with it. As former Mayor Sullivan, directed me at one of the board meetings was, we are a paid police force that is paid to enforce the Code of Lions. And they felt that the other ordinances that we were talking about at the time were justified. So that's what our job is to do. So it is a tool in my toolbox to be able to take and look at a vehicle or a boat or an RV or something like that has been clearly abandoned, dilapidated, non-functional, sitting there for months, years, that type of stuff. I have to be able to do something with those complaints. And that's where we're going with this. So I'm open for any questions, and I'm open to listen in. I'll be here all night with the workshop. I'm not disagreeing with much, but I want to make sure that we're all under the same understanding that this is where this is coming from.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I may have some questions later, but I want to comment on a couple of his comments. This isn't something that the town board took an abandoned vehicle ordinance and extended it to all these other areas. The original draft, as presented to us, that went through the county attorney's office, as I understand it, had a lot of things in there beyond abandoned vehicles. A vehicle with a flat tire overnight could have been towed away. RVs could only be parked in front of the houses for immediate loading and unloading only. There were a lot of things that the original draft of this ordinance raises. It's not like we delved off into those areas on our own. It was and they're legitimate issues. And there is a legitimate issue that we probably don't have consensus on of should people be allowed to live in RVs on town streets or not. Other towns have wrestled with that as well as us. But that's not like I just want to make it clear it's not something that we raised a bunch of issues on our own that were never presented. All those were presented in the original draft, and so we're addressing them we don't all agree on them, but it's not like we deliberately expanded this beyond the initial scope, because all those
Yeah.
things were presented by the draft.
Yes, no, I definitely understand that. And those were things that were pulled from other areas of the town ordinance
Right.
as it is. So all we were trying to do was put everything into one package so that it was all encompassing. And sometimes when we're looking at things like this, at least from my point of view, is that when we get phone calls that are, every incident is a little bit different. There's always a twist to every little incident. So a lot of times what you see is just that. What you're saying is that there's a lot in there. And the reason those things are in there is just to try to get as much out of one ordinance as possible so that the question doesn't come up and we're into another rewrite. So I didn't mean that it was clearly just abandoned vehicle. That's what did trigger it. That's what triggered the whole thing from the onset, is really what I meant. And then we moved everything in there, which included the RVs and everything that you're saying, which I totally understand. It just seems like it's gotten complicated, I guess, in my opinion.
Any further questions for or comments to Sergeant Christ? I don't see any. Let's see. Would we like to proceed in regard to your idea, Mayor Pro Tem Browning? I don't know if everybody's got this list of workshop discussion items. I hope so. Does everybody have Trustee Browning's list of Mayor Pro Tem Browning's list?
Victoria, can you forward those to me, please, so I can take notes on?
Let me explain a little bit where that came from.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan and I have been swapping emails back and forth, and some things we agree on, some things we don't agree on the issues in this ordinance. But I think we both were kind of in agreement that although these topics that are presented by the ordinance draw a lot of public interest, that by and large, they aren't the most important issues facing the town of Lyons. They're not up there with how do we build our bridges, or what do we do with the budget, or housing, or that type of thing. And so we both perceived that the board could spend a lot of time going back and forth on all these issues. And if our town board is like Longmont's town board, that just has spent about, I think, 6 months or so on this, and they're in their second draft from that they directed town staff to do on a 4-3 vote. And, we could see a long process for something that probably is not at the top of all of our priority lists. And so the idea was, let's see if we can put in some kind of order the issues we've been talking about. Should people be able to live in RVs on town streets or not? Should you limit RVs to small ones or large ones? Should they park in cul-de-sacs? All that type of thing. And although we can't take action, we don't do votes at workshops. That's in the code. To maybe suggest a process whereby we come up with a list of issues. And this was just a quick stab I took in an email to Trustee Rogan. There may be some others that other trustees would like to add. But when we get to the decision-making point on an agenda at a public meeting, to simply have a quick discussion of each of these, try to keep it, to a reasonable limit, and then just vote. And majority rules. If majority thinks it's okay for people to live in RVs on the town streets, so be it. And then just go down these in logical order, vote yes or no. And then instead of trying to craft amendment by amendment, word by word, how to say all this, basically vote yes or no on the issues, and then let the town attorney take a stab at crafting an ordinance that reflects the votes, and basically try to expedite and simplify the process. That was the thought. And Trustee Rogan may want to chime in on that as well.
You may, Trustee Rogan, at this time.
I don't have a lot of chiming to do. That's an accurate representation. Although I do have a question about process. And so is it possible for us, Attorney Gentman, to give a nod during this meeting in terms of the things that we would like to see in a revised ordinance? So we could go through Mayor Pro Tem Browning's list and indicate our
Yeah.
interest in including something in an ordinance, can we do that?
Yeah, the board can indicate their interest in what, they'd like to see through an informal poll even. However, it needs to be understood that this is not final. This is not, we're not voting on actual ordinance here. Here's what we think is a good idea, and then it'll be up to town staff to draft a revised ordinance, bring it back for our first and second reading.
Okay, so are we scrapping 1088 and starting from scratch with a new ordinance?
I would be planning on using 1088 as the base and then just revising it from there,
Okay,
unless the direction is to do otherwise. But it's going to take longer. If we totally abandon 1088.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments by the Board of Trustees? Seeing no other comments, would we like to proceed both with nodding and perhaps adding additional questions to the list? Is that acceptable to everybody? Since you crafted the list, Mayor Pro Tem, you may proceed.
Do we want to take number one and go around and all 7 people say what they think about it, or do you want to go person by person and go 1 through 7?
I think that we have enough time that we could get everybody's opinion on it. And obviously, as some trustees have indicated in the past, it may just be a simple I concur. That's fine. But yes, I would personally, I've always preferred to get each and every trustee's opinion on everything.
Do you think it's better that we, if I'm going first, I'll just go 1 through 7 and say yes or no, and maybe a comment or two? Or do you want to take the first one and everybody make a brief comment? What do you have a preference?
I think it'd be easier to do each question so we can tally the votes a little easier, understand what people's preferences are a little easier.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan, since you were involved in the process from the beginning, do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, proceed.
That's fine. So the first issue is living in RVs, and I'll just keep it brief. We don't allow RVs as ADUs in backyards, and I don't think we should allow them as living units other than temporary visitor temporary visitor living on streets. So I guess my answer to the first question would be no.
I concur. Trustee Rogan?
I concur.
I also concur.
Trustee Lowell?
Concur.
Trustee Caravas?
Concur.
Trustee Watt?
Concur.
Unanimous, Counselor. Item 2.
Really 2 and 3 go together. They kind of logically follow each other. 2 is, should people be able to park RVs and trailers of any size on town streets? And if your answer to that is no, should smaller RVs be able to be parked on town streets? And that's kind of this issue. That concept was kind of in response to a number of citizen inquiries we had, that I just have a small camper trailer, and I've always parked it out in front of the house, and it doesn't block views and so forth. And so I guess my answers to both of those is, I think larger RVs, big ones that almost by definition block views and snowplows and so forth, probably should not be allowed. But as a compromise measure, I'd support smaller RVs being able to, which includes camper trailers and so forth, being able to be parked on town streets.
What is it with you tonight, Mayor Pro Tem Browning? I concur. Trustee Logan?
I agree.
Trustee Lowell?
You're on mute, sir.
I'm going to say no.
On both, sir?
Well, I'm going to say no to 2 and yes to 3. And we're going to have to establish some sort of limitations on size.
That was, as I understand it. Oh, as I understood the direction of the Board of Trustees and the nod so far, it was no on 2 and yes on 3. Was that your understanding, or do you have a different understanding?
No on 2, yes on 3.
So so you're concurring then?
Well, the concurrence thing gets a little weird on these questions. I think a straight yes or no to each of those would be more in keeping.
Okay. It is a little tiny bit confusing, but I understand your position now. Trustee Miller?
I say yes to both. But I do think that with the larger ones, they should have a time limit placed on them, such as, a couple weeks. I don't know what that would be, but I also think there should be some sort of safety parking mechanism that they have to have.
Trustee Caravas?
No on 2 and a yes on 3.
Okay. Trustee Wan?
I'd say no to both. I think parking for up to 72 hours is plenty. And I just want to state, while we're talking about it, as Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out in the past, this impacts the Old Town neighborhood more than it impacts just about any other part of town. There's no curbs, there's no sidewalks. I've had people who decided to camp during a festival and set up a tarp in my yard. I think that happens because a lot of, excuse me, a lot of the properties in Old Town have a small fence and then have property that goes out to the curb in the right of way, and people just assume that they can camp and park there and make that part of their camping. And the town roads in Old Town just can't not support multiple campers on any given road. So as I stated before, if you can afford a camper, you can afford a place to store it. And it's not the town's responsibility to put people at risk. I also concur with Trustee Caravas with the danger risk of trailers on the street for more than 72 hours. And I'm just gonna have to say no to both.
This is a little more complicated, Counselor, but I think that, and this isn't a decision like you reminded us, but I think that the majority of the board said no to number 2. And I think yes to number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what my notes reflect.
Good. All right. If we could, per Trustee Lowell's suggestion, maybe in the future, on the future questions, keep it a little simpler in regard to yes or no. Proceed, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
The fourth one was, should RVs and trailers be prohibited from parking in cul-de-sacs? And my answer to that would be yes, because cul-de-sacs are, the circumference is calculated for, I believe, anticipated to be turning radius for fire trucks in particular. And having driven the fire-breathing, smoke-belching dragon around town during Halloween, there can be some turning radius issues if there's too many things parked in a cul-de-sac. So my answer on 4 would be yes.
And mine as well, because it's a health and safety issue, and there's going to be have to be some behavior modification and enforcement on this, Sergeant Christ. Trustee Rogan.
I agree.
Trustee Lowell.
Yes.
Trustee Miller.
I agree with this one.
Trustee Caravas,
Yes.
Trustee Wah.
Yes.
You have the decision of the Board of Trustees. Excuse me. You have the nod of the decision of. You have the nod of the Board of Trustees, Counselor.
I have the direction reflected in my notes.
You do. Excuse me. I was searching for that word. You have direction, sir. Number 6, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I think 5. We're on 5 at this
Oh,
point.
we're on 5. Excuse me.
Yeah, these are all preliminary indications of which way we're leaning, and we could all change our minds at any time. So,
Sure.
number 5 is this came from, I've drafted one proposed compromise ordinance, and Trustee Rogan had drafted another. And I think that there was some general agreement and discussion at past meetings that temporary, basically visitors permits for people from out of town, friends and relatives and stuff, should be available for people that have RVs and come to visit. And this is simply a question of, I think her draft ordinance had up to 4 2-week periods per year, and mine was 2 7-day periods per year. So obviously favor the short one, but this is, and we could go anywhere in between there too. So it's kind of, those are the 2 things that were in our draft ordinances that we came up with.
Well, it would seem to me that this would perhaps take a little more discussion then. Your justification, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and then Trustee Rogan's justification, and then it'll be open for discussion by the rest of the Board of Trustees.
I guess mine is the old cliche that fish and guests start to stink after 3 days or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's whatever anybody thinks is reasonable. I thought 2 7-day periods per year is probably good enough, but others may think it's longer. So, and again, we could split the baby on this anywhere in between. So.
Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, my thought is just to, not limit so severely the number of days that guests and RVs can stay in front of your house. I think the RV trend isn't going to go away anytime soon, and I wouldn't want to have to tell my parents, nope, sorry, you can't come and park your RV in front of my house because I already had somebody there for 2 weeks earlier in the year. So I don't think that anybody's going to try to take advantage of this in some nefarious way. I just like having the flexibility.
Any further comments by any trustees on this?
I agree with Trustee Rogan. I don't think it should be limited so severely. I know that, my family comes, I don't want to have to kick them out because they don't, they have 7 days and that's it. And Meadow Park's full or something. So yeah, I think I agree with that.
Okay, Trustee Wong?
I disagree. I think there's no way to enforce this. I think there's no way to track how many days people have been there. I think it creates the same problem of campers, especially on festival weekends. If there is a permit system, they should not be free. There should be a cost for that because there's an administrative cost for it. And we're talking 8 weeks or a sixth of the year that someone can have somebody there. If we're talking 4 2-week periods, 16% of a year, that's not temporary to me. And I think it's overkill, and it creates the same problem with RVs on the street, and I'm against it.
And so is your position no on both of those?
Yes, my position is no on both of those.
Okay.
They can park on the street for 72 hours in their camper. Not saying they can't visit. I'm saying they need to park their camper somewhere where it's safe for all the citizens in Lyons.
Okay, Trustee Lowell?
I would just suggest, I'm not sure how to answer this. I guess I might say yes, but with a big caveat that perhaps a permit system be instituted. I agree with Trustee Waugh that there would have to be some administrative cost to it, but I think it's easy enough rather than putting a finite number on the number of visits, to rather say, my parents, my friends, relatives are going to be here for 2 weeks. You get out of town hall, you pull a permit for that period, end of discussion.
Excellent caveat, sir. Trustee Careless.
I think Trustee Lowell and Trustee Watt said it pretty well. Why I don't mind if someone has a family member come and stay. What if on one block, 5 people on the block have family members come and stay for 2 weeks? Where are all the people going to park? Trustee Miller has complained a lot about where she currently lives, people parking on the street, staying there during the holiday or during the summer months. For the parks, it does create a congestion problem. I would like to think that we're not going to have, 15 people around town visiting all at the same time. I mean, the possibility is there, but probably pretty unlikely. But I would have to say that if we go with something like this, it's got to be something the way Trustee Lowell indicated, that pull permits, everyone knows. That way, if neighbors call and complain, town hall's already said, yeah, we're aware of it. They're permitted. They're there for this many days or whatever whatever the amount is, and that should take care of it. But it does raise a possibility of creating a parking problem in a town that has a parking problem already.
Administrator Simonson, do you feel that you could regulate a permit situation?
I think we're more likely to be able to regulate a permit that gets displayed in a windshield than we are to know how many days each vehicle's been in town.
Okay. And do you think that you could also perhaps somehow limit the impact to a particular street or a particular neighborhood at the same time?
You mean like in regard to length of time they stay there?
No, in regard to the number of vehicles, say, parked between, I'm just going to use an example, 5th and 4th on Stickney. And again, it's a public health and safety issue. And I know that starts to get a little more difficult, but I'm just wondering that if we can also institute, it wouldn't be that hard with a map actually, a location in regard to the permit.
I don't, that might be another issue you want to ask the rest of the trustees if they want it to be limited to certain streets, because I was hearing people say they wanted them to be able to park in front of their home.
No, I understand that, but the concern could be, and it was also mentioned, perhaps if 4 or 5 people were all parked on one street at one time, that may create a public health and safety issue. So all I'm asking is if you think you could administrate a program of permits that also kept in mind the
impact to certain streets.
Excuse me, exactly the right word. The impact to a certain block.
I think it would take some monitoring and trial and error. I don't know that, I don't know how big of a problem that would really be, except maybe during festivals.
Okay.
Trustee Waugh has his hand up. He has an idea maybe.
All right, Trustee Waugh.
My concern is where these are parked in relationship to the host. In the example of Trustee Rogan, there's no place legal for anyone to park a camper adjacent to her property because it would be too close to too many intersections. I have a big concern I have a big concern about the 200 feet. Does that mean somebody could bring my neighbor can bring a camper and have their friends park it completely in front of my house? as long as they're 200 feet away from it. If we are going to do this, it needs to be adjacent to the property, the host's property in order for this to work. This shifting the responsibility 200 feet down the road doesn't work. It just does not work. And it's not fair to neighbors. So I just have to deal with my neighbors having a friend visit with a camper that's going to sit in front of my house for 2 weeks. I just don't see how this is going to work unless it's adjacent, directly adjacent to the host's property. It's the only way that it can work.
Well, to get back to my position, because I never stated it, I'm in favor of a permitting process. And I also would be, in regard to Trustee Wah's concern, much more lenient to family members than I would the broad definition of visitors. So, I mean, like I said in the previous discussion of this is extremely difficult, but I think that however our administrator wishes to proceed with a permitting process, I think that's the direction that we should go. Any further comments?
How will the noise ordinance pertain to someone parked in front of Mr. Wah's house that's not his family member if he's playing music too loud? That's just a joke. I'm sorry. Just that.
Got it.
Counselor?
So a couple things, I think it's pretty clear that the board likes some sort of permit program, but what I'm not hearing is any sort of consensus on the length of or number of permits. And also I would caution the board to engage in trying to say there's a preference for families, because families gets hard to define, and there's all sorts of lawsuits over what constitutes a family, and it doesn't mean biological. Family, it could be, people you consider your family. And so I would caution you going down that road. It's really hard to determine who is a family, and I don't think we should put in the town administrator making that sort of decision.
Yeah. Maybe what we say is if it's more than 72 hours, then you're required to get a permit from town hall, the resident.
Yeah.
Because what do we do if it needs to be in front of that person's house, but they live on a cul-de-sac? Do we need to have, to me, I think we want to encourage people to park in our parks if possible, but I understand if it's family, you don't want to necessarily charge them, but if it's going to be more than 72 hours and you can't park in front of your house, then what?
In my interpretation would be, given the board's earlier direction, was if you live in front of a cul-de-sac, you cannot get a permit, period.
That's what I'm saying. So where do they park if they can't park in front of their house?
You got to pay to go park at Laverne Johnson or find somewhere else.
That doesn't seem fair that the ordinance is if you live in a cul-de-sac, it doesn't pertain to you, or too close to a corner where no one can park.
Trustee Wah?
Do people who live in neighborhoods that are controlled by covenants, they're excluded from this ordinance?
Mm-hmm. But we chose that up front, sure.
Even if we wanted to say this applies, the HOA rules could always override whatever we do here. So
my answer to what I would do if I lived in a cul-de-sac and had a visiting relative who wanted to use an RV is to go around and ask my friendly neighbors, is it okay if my, brother and sister-in-law come, park in front of your house for a week? I think if there's not a space available, I think and that's I hate to say it, but when you live on a cul-de-sac, you do, there's a reason that they're to be kept open, and it's just something I think you kind of accept when you buy a property or build a house there.
Trustee Rogan?
I can't think of a cul-de-sac in town, and I could be wrong, that does not have driveways. And so I could imagine that if I lived in a cul-de-sac and my family was coming to visit, I would move my car out of the driveway so they could park an RV in it. You know, and that might be a solution too.
I'm sure you can pull RVs into the cul-de-sac on 4th Avenue. Driveways are too steep over there.
And also Mealy is an example where, because I drove up there, people actually pull in straight into the cul-de-sac, and so there's no way that a fire engine could turn around. And I just don't think that I'm not sure whether they have no driveways or in 2-car families, whether their driveways are sufficient to be able to park both cars. And so there's a little bit of a problem there, but I don't know. I don't know how to proceed on 5, to be perfectly honest with you.
Can I say something, Mayor?
Go ahead.
So all this discussion is good. What I want to make sure is that, like, part of the ordinance is to take care of someone who does take advantage of our rules. Okay. Somebody that comes from out of town, or a family member or something like that, that decides to park in front of someone's house and all of a sudden they're a resident for 2 years. Okay. I think that there's no way that you can make an ordinance to cover Old Town, the Confluence area, Upper 5th, with these type of restrictions. 200 feet, not in front of my house. This driveway doesn't fit the mold. I think it needs to be broader. And that's where I think that kind of what my open statement was. I think we're just getting into the weeds a little bit, where we're trying to solve a problem that was brought to my attention by complaints through dispatch that, hey, this abandoned piece of equipment, or this guy's blocking my drive. This is not, as you stated earlier, the biggest problem facing Lyons. If we make a little bit broader consensus that this is a complaint-driven system. So if somebody pulls an 80-foot RV into a cul-de-sac and tries to park it in a driveway and it blocks the sidewalk, that clearly is a problem in the model traffic code that can be addressed without anything in the ordinance that we have. I can do a model traffic code violation and say that is inappropriate. It needs to move. So from my point of view, all this conversation is good, but I always have to look at it as, so when someone does take advantage of it, what do I have when somebody calls and complains, one of our town residents calls and complains, what can the sheriff's office do? So I just, if we can think about that also and try to make it a little bit broader, so that, because we could spend, I think, weeks and months trying to isolate out specifics to a lot of this. You know, I agree. Motorhomes should be able to park. A family can park. I mean, I agree with all that, but when it becomes a problem is what I think needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Maybe in,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
maybe in response to what Sergeant Chris said, maybe we could, try it with just permit for up to 2 weeks, adjacent to the property, but give the town administrator discretion to deny a permit if it would present any potential safety or traffic problems, like what you say, cul-de-sac, for example, or it blocks views at a corner or something like that, and just allow the permits for up to 2 weeks and give it a try for a period of time, see if it becomes a real problem, see how many complaints we get. And that way, if you get a complaint, hey, this thing has been parked at my next door neighbor's property for 2 weeks and I can't see people coming from the stop sign, then the town administrator could not renew the permit.
Right.
And just give her some discretion, because you can't address everything in an ordinance in all these different situations. You're right about that. And just give the administrator some discretion to deny renewal of a permit if it's presenting a safety or concern, or you get multiple complaints about it. Just keep it broad.
I concur 100%.
Trustee Wall.
So in that spirit of thinking, if we left it at 72 hours and then let it be complaint driven, then basically good neighbors won't be complained against, and the rest, we have a tool in the tool chest to go ahead and enforce that. So rather than create a brand new program and a bunch of administration, we can keep it at 72 hours. And if somebody's parked in front of my house because they're not annoyed by the loud music, as Trustee Caravas stated earlier, and they're good neighbors and I have no problem with them, I won't call for an issue. And I would expect that others, as Mayor Pro Tem Browning suggested, I could talk to my neighbor and say, hey, I have a friend coming and they're going to park their RV here. Is that going to be a problem? And try to proactively prevent a call or a hassle. That's exactly what Sergeant Chris, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what you said, is this, we have a tool that we can choose to apply when there's a problem or a complaint has been issued. So rather than creating some new permitting system, which we all acknowledge won't consider all of the potential things that could happen, we could have 72 hours. And if there's a problem, a neighbor can call and the sheriff will come and take care of the issue.
Trustee Rogan, I saw earlier that you may want to speak.
Yeah, thanks. I respectfully disagree with Trustee Wah. I think that not everybody's relationship with their neighbors is such that there's an open line of communication in that regard. And, you know, I can see a situation where, you know, somebody might be holding a grudge and go, oh, that guy's had his, you know, friend's RV out there for 72 hours. I'm going to call the sheriff, you know? So I feel like, you know, the permitting system is a great idea to try. And I'm open to, as Mayor Pro Tem Browning said, splitting the difference in terms of how long or, you know, what kind of parameters we want to put around it. But, and I understand Sergeant Christ having the tools in the toolbox that you need, but I kind of feel like creating laws with the understanding initially that they will only be applied sometimes might not be the best way to go about it. And granted, I'm new at this, so I just want to make sure that we're giving you the tools that you need, but that we're not going to wind up biting ourselves in our own behinds as a result.
Any other comments? Oh boy, there were so many different views discussed that it's hard for me, Counselor, to delineate the intent of
I think what's going to happen is we're going to be clearly there's a want of a permit system, I think, and we're supposed to put a number on it, and the board's going to debate what it thinks is best. And it's not going to be perfect, but we'll try to come up with something.
But it would be a permit if it's going to be more than, you don't need one for under 72
hours. That was kind of what I.
But over 72 hours, you call town hall, my parents are in town. That way I can let the sheriff know this one's not this one's cleared.
And they'll probably have to have a piece of paper or something in their windshield saying that it's allowed for these days. And, you know,
that way the neighbor knows too. The neighbor who might be disgruntled knows they have a permit.
Yeah.
And not to start calling us till after that date.
But the link to that permit and the number of permits per year is going to be a subject of debate. Is we can't come to a consensus here tonight.
Okay.
Well, and I think there's circumstances that, you know, if someone has a terminally ill person and they want to come see them every other month, so be it. But again, it's just communication so that the sheriff knows this is or is not a problem.
Trustee Wah?
What about festival weekends?
72 should cover that. Maybe, and then those who are going to stay longer probably should get a permit.
And we're willing to give as many permits as are requested, it sounds like, during that period of time?
Well, it's a lot of revenue if we permit everybody on the street instead of having them park in.
We're doing that already with Laverne Johnson Park every other weekend by letting people not stay in the park. What's the difference on festival weekend, I guess?
What do you mean by not allowing people?
By letting people just camp on basically have their RVs on the street rather than put them in.
Oh, that's what I mean.
the
Yeah.
car.
Okay. Trustee Lowell.
Just a quick question. When Trustee Waugh just brought that up, I mean, is it a problem typically on festival weekends that we have camping on the streets, people trying to avoid the cost of camping?
No,
No?
it's mostly cars, not RVs. Most of the campers in those situations are on someone's private property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I think you can move on now.
The
You
sixth
have
one
about
was,
5
yeah, the sixth one was about commercial vehicles should kind of like RV stuff. Should commercial vehicles of any size be able to park in streets when not working on a project, because the ordinance provides that they can park there when they're working on a property. This gets tough because a commercial vehicle could be anything from a pickup truck with a decal on the side of it to an 18-wheeler. And it's another area where it's very hard to draw the line. I don't know. I don't feel as strongly about this part of it as I do some others, but I guess if we have to draw a line somewhere, my line would be kind of like we did with the RVs. Small ones, no problem, but big ones, you shouldn't be able to just park them on the street for traffic safety reasons.
And I agree. I think that if somebody has a commercial vehicle that they're making their living with, and they live there, and their regular cars are in their driveways, it would be very difficult for me justifying that they couldn't park on the street. As far as any size, we're going to have to discuss that further, I think. Trustee Rogan.
I think Administrator Simonson, you pointed out the last time we talked about this, that commercial vehicles were defined as 9,000 pounds empty weight.
something like
correct?
that. Yeah, it's not like you're
Yeah.
thinking of a van or a standard pickup that says Joe's Electric on it. You know, the
Or
intent of
tractor.
this was big semis or a big tow truck or something like that, that typically would be in a different type of environment than a residence.
Okay. Then I concur. I think, and maybe that's what we use as a measurement, is the 9,000 pounds empty weight. Because large but smaller ones should be allowed.
Trustee Lowell.
No on 6, yes on 7.
Trustee Caravas.
No on 6 and yes on 7.
Trustee Waugh.
I agree with Trustee Carabas.
Trustee Miller.
I don't know. I think that they should, depending, I mean, yeah, I think they should be able to park there if it's a commercial vehicle, depending on the size. I don't think it should be a semi truck, but I do think that, you know, most of them are reasonable sized trailers that I've seen, like several people have. I don't think they're longer than 15 feet, but they're smaller. So, I mean, they're flatbeds. That's what I'm trying to say. So I guess no on 5, yes on 6.
Oh, it's 6 and 7.
6 and
I mean
7.
6, no on 6, yes on 7.
So I don't know if, I think that the consensus is, the direction is, Counselor.
So I think the issue with both number 2 and 3 and 6 and 7 is I think the direction is pretty clear that the majority of the board would like, you know, that not any size of either recreational or commercial vehicle should be parked on streets, but there should be some limitation where only smaller, either recreational or commercial vehicles should. Commercial vehicles already is a definition in the code where it's under 9,000 pounds. You unloaded weight, but we have no definition defining what a smaller RV is. And so I guess what I'm asking for is the board have any sort of consensus on what defines a smaller commercial vehicle or a smaller recreational vehicle. Is the definition for commercial vehicle sufficient? And in terms of recreational vehicle, there isn't one. So what should it be?
Any ideas, Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Tell you, I came up with 16 feet is something I threw in there. I literally got on my bicycle and rode around and measured some RVs and trailers that look big and some that look small, and that's kind of the midpoint.
That 16
It's not
feet is a big-
scientific. It's just the best I could do.
16 feet is a really pretty small travel trailer. If we're talking, it depends on what type of RVs they are. There's different classes, of course.
Yeah.
Travel trailers, you can get up to, 35, 40 feet. And honestly, they're just really long. I think that maybe 25 foot or smaller would be adequate. I think that's a pretty small travel trailer when it comes down to it.
Trustee Rogan?
The vans.
I'm no expert.
Go ahead.
I'm no expert on RVs, so I would go with what Trustee Miller suggests because I know she's got far more RV experience than at least I do.
And then if it's attached to a pickup, does that matter? I mean, that it takes up a lot of space?
I mean, generally, people don't keep their trucks attached to the RVs when they're not using them.
Mhm.
So if we're talking about just having them parked on the street, I can't imagine, depending on what it's being used for. If somebody's staying in it, then that's one thing because they're obviously traveling, but
To maybe the solution there is 25 feet inclusive of any vehicle which may be attached to the trailer if it is a trailer setup.
Trustee Lowell, your opinion, sir?
No, I have none. I haven't done an extensive study of RVs, so I have no opinion.
Trustee Caravas?
I'm thinking from what Brandon just said, 25 feet to me is probably getting a little long. I'm in that 16 to 20 range, 18 foot to 20 range. But I will reiterate what I brought up originally when this all came about, when Sergeant and Chris brought this out and I asked to add a little something about the unattached trailers. It's just, again, if you unattach trailer and it sits on the street, there is nothing holding that thing down from moving, from being hit, run into, especially if it's on a hill. It's just, so just again, remind you, it becomes a projectile if it gets hit.
Trustee Watt?
I agree. I think 25 feet's too long. I think the average Sprinter van is about 19 feet long. So I think 20 feet would probably be, if it's bigger, if it by itself is bigger than a Sprinter van, it's big. So I think 20 feet is probably about right. At 25, I mean, that's a full on camper. I mean, that sleeps 4 or 5 people. That's a pretty good size. Owning several campers between 20 and 37 feet myself, about 22 of them, I can tell you that anything over 20 feet is pretty big.
And I agree with that. So I think if you can delineate the direction on the board in regard to that particular question, Counselor, you're a better man than I am.
I could go with 22. Makes 20 also, not 22.
I think we could stretch it to 20.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions that any board members would wish to discuss at this time?
So is there going to be any limits about how, so basically, we talked about all these sizes and things. If it's more than 72 hours, we need a permit. But are we talking year round? Is this going to be seasonal? I of course am worried from a snowplow perspective and street sweeping perspective. You know, there might be times that, I mean, are we thinking, it's just another question.
Well, to be honest with you, I would think that that to me was the advantage of a permitting system. That if somebody came in at those particular times that, you know, and I mean, I know it's Colorado, so we never know when it's going to snow, to be perfectly honest with you. But I wouldn't mind giving you that discretion. I know that's tough though, but I don't know what to say. It's just, it's become so complicated that it's difficult to try to come up with every single answer.
I mean, is the intent to allow people to park on the street year round? Or just for that 72 hours year round? And if more than that, try this permitting.
I think so.
And when they, and maybe when they get the permit, we say, if it snows more than 3 inches when you're here, we're going to need you to move so we can snowplow.
The 72 hours came from the original draft of the ordinance had a provision that you could only park an RV in front of your house, or maybe within 200 feet of your house in the immediate act of loading and unloading. And we got a bunch of feedback that said that's not long enough. Sometimes people keep them there for a day or two. And so that's the 72 hours. That's where that came from. It was addressing that your own vehicle that you're loading or unloading for a weekend trip or after a weekend trip. So that was the initial, it wasn't trying to prescribe a period in which people could live in them. It was really a loading and unloading period. And I think that would be year round because, you know, you could take a winter trip in your RV or spring and fall. It'd be really hard to define the season to limit it to. I don't think.
But with number,
I wouldn't know how to do that.
yeah, with number 1 being off the list, this shouldn't be as big of an issue.
Yeah.
And then again, we have days like we had today in the winter. So, I mean, it's not a bad time to come to Colorado, to be honest with you.
Mhm.
Do you think we're done, folks?
So I think the next steps would be the staff try to put together a new first reading of an ordinance, taking into account what we've heard from you tonight.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's take a 5-minute break before we convene the regular meeting. Everybody take a break. Thank you.
Please mute your microphones while you're on break, please.
We'll wait for Trustee Miller and then we'll convene the meeting. Thank you. I will call the Monday, November 2nd, 2020 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Rogan.
Present.
Could we please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the time that we take for a reflective moment of silence, and we can all participate in any manner we wish. Thank you. I normally state the number of deaths from COVID before we share that moment, but the number is getting so astronomical that it's incredibly emotional for me. It's now 235,000 people. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Does anybody wish to amend the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. This is an opportunity next for anybody in the audience to address the Board of Trustees on any issue that they wish, other than, I think we have a couple of ordinances before us. Any other subject? Please state your name and address for the record. And do we see anybody who wishes to address the board at this time, Madam Clerk?
Sir, I don't see any hands raised.
Do you have any emails to read into the record?
I do not, sir.
We have no participation in audience business this evening. Okay. Boulder County Sheriff's Report. Sergeant Christ.
All right, good evening, everybody. My report will be short. I got two things to talk about real quick. The first is Deputy Steve Kelson has submitted his letter of intent to retire after 27 years serving the citizens of Boulder County. His last day will be on Christmas Day of this year, so a couple months away, and he will be moving on to hopefully greener pastures up in Washington to help his daughter with their new grandbaby and enjoy the life of retirement. So we're going to wish him well, and we'll have a little bit of time to get around and say his goodbyes and all that kind of good stuff. He's been a fixture in the town of Lyons for quite some time on day shift for the back half of the week. So he'll be missed. He's been my right-hand man and very knowledgeable and caring guy. So he'll be missed. The second thing I have is it looks like we've only received one report on this, but we did have some flags stolen once again and an American flag desecrated. So we are really trying hard to locate these individuals. As simple of a case it seems like it is, it's so difficult to find witnesses and figure out, get somebody on film or something. So we have another open, active investigation on that, and we'll continue to pursue it the best we can. Other than that, everything else is pretty quiet in town. The fires are at bay, as everybody can imagine. Everything's looking good. Fortunately, nothing really came into the town of Lyons, but it did give us a good opportunity to work really close with interim fire chief Piskey, and ironed out a few wrinkles in some of our systems. But everybody's safe. Nobody got hurt, and no property was lost in the town of Lyons. So that's all a big positive, and we had some good takeaways from the incident. So that is all I have for a report tonight.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Sergeant, what flags?
An American flag and some Trump flags were stolen and desecrated.
Okay. That's always irritated me. Let me ask you a question, Sergeant Christ. I was under the impression that the gentleman that you were with who de-escalated the situation in the park was Officer Ellison. Was it instead Officer Kelson?
No, actually, Mayor, it was Deputy Weber who was actually there. I meant to tell you that today.
That's okay.
Yeah, Deputy Weber, that particular day, Steve was doing some firework. He was doing some patrols. He was in the area. He did come up and assist, but myself and Deputy Melinda Weber were the two that responded to the park.
I wanted to compliment you on your capability to de-escalate the situation, sir.
Thank you.
I have nominated you for honors with Sheriff Pelly, and when I brought that up to him, his response was, "Thank you, Mayor." And he told me specifically that it is rare indeed that he receives good news. So I want to thank you again, Sergeant. I think the job you did was phenomenal. And please thank Deputy Weber for me as well.
We will. Thank you very much, sir.
Please stay safe, sir.
Thank you.
Trustee reports. I'll start. I would first of all like to thank the Church of Latter-day Saints. My Mormon friends are some of my most heartfelt friends. The site was absolutely perfect for the COVID testing. I don't know how many people were tested, but I think it was just a great gesture on their part. I attended a lot of online meetings through the week. There were meetings on air pollution. There were some interesting facts that came out. Obviously, electric vehicles were discussed, along with probably, honestly, about 25 or 30 other subjects. But one of the most interesting factors that was brought up was the fact that many people that have worked from home and didn't have to drive to work actually lowered car pollution. So they're actually, and this is a DRCOG meeting, they're actually interested in introducing legislation that would require a certain amount of people to work from home. Then I had the opportunity to meet with the executive director of DRCOG. That was a wonderful meeting, talking about old times and, you know, just the importance of the organization. Then, and this was a meeting I didn't have an opportunity to attend, but our friend Flo from DRCOG sent me the agenda, and it was on, oh, remind me, Administrator, I talked to you about it this afternoon. ADUs.
Oh, ADUs, yes.
Yep. It was about ADUs, and they wanted the response and the input of municipalities in regard to ADUs. And to be perfectly honest with you, and I don't mind telling you, I got to brag about Lions. I got to tell her that we waived any of the fees that it would normally take to build a house in Lyons, a savings of almost $30,000. I told her that we incorporated tiny homes into ADUs, and she complimented staff and the past boards and the PCDCs of the past in what she called the foremost ADU policy in the Denver area. So those were my meetings for the week, and they were most enjoyable. Let's see, Trustee Rogan?
Sure thing. Well, I was fortunate to also have a meeting with the ED of DRCOG, who's a great guy. So that was great. The EVC met, and DOLA Main Street came and did this incredible presentation and facilitated session. And pretty much said, okay, what have you guys done over the past year that you're proud of? And it was a huge list that I really didn't know all that much about, having started kind of later in the year. So I asked to have that presentation forwarded to me, and they did. I'm happy to send it to anybody. Some great ideas came out of it. And I didn't really know the ins and outs of what the Main Street program can do for Lions until then. And I would really like to have just a short workshop maybe, and have these folks come and do a little presentation about what they're all about and the services that they offer us. You know, things like helping craft an historic preservation ordinance for the HPC so that we can become a CLG. So anyway, I'll bring that up during future agenda items. Let's see. I also started talking to the library folks about the one book, one Lions idea. And so we're getting moving on that, which is exciting. And then Kim let me know that in terms of the voucher program, we handed out 40 worth $10 each. So that's $400. 13 were redeemed at 2 local businesses. It's too bad that there were only 2, but still it wound up an additional $246 being spent. So considering that I don't think it really cost us much except printing the paper vouchers, I think it was a good idea. And that's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Not much to report. Parks Commission's meeting next week, I believe. Trustee Waugh and I did meet with Town Administrator Simonson and Town Clerk Vasquez last week to kind of flesh out a little bit the board staff relations committee proposal that we'd previously run by the board, and the staff had some suggestions to make for some revisions that would make it a little bit more easily usable, I guess, by any staff that felt like they had an issue they wanted to bring to the committee. And so we've done a redraft, and it's being circulated among Trustee Juan, myself, and the staff people. And I think tentatively we may bring that back to the board at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Trustee Miller?
I don't really have anything yet this month. Meetings are coming up next week for both Housing and Human Services and LAHC. So
Thank you. Trustee Juan?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things to report. As Mayor Pro Tem Browning already mentioned, we did meet on the board staff advisory committee, and we look forward to bringing that to the whole board as soon as we can. I also picked up all the American flags that the town had that I'll be depositing at the American Legion later this week. And then there was a question, I think it was Trustee Miller, that asked for just an update on the comp plan. And I know that we have Commissioner Farrell on the line as well, but I'll go ahead and just give you a quick update on that. So as you're probably aware, that we have a contract with Clarion Associates in the Brendel Group. The official start is to be planned in January of 2021. They're already developing a community relations program, and that our community engagement process, which will have to adhere to social distancing guidelines and so forth. But they have tools that include a website that they'll most likely be deploying for that. Over the next couple of months, there'll be a lot of communication from the PCDC, not only to the board, but to the town citizens, just updating on the schedule and timelines as they relate to the comprehensive plan. There was also the grant was submitted, and we should hear something by mid this month with regard to the grant and if that's been awarded. So just wanted to give you that quick update, and that's all I had.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Lowell?
I have nothing to report, Mayor.
Trustee Caravas?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be a UEB meeting Wednesday, November 4th, 4:30. Last meeting on October 21st, what was discussed, Aaron and his staff or public works staff found a water valve, I guess it was not on their list, at 4th and High that affects pressures in the various areas on the north side. So they've been making adjustments to see if that takes care of some of the issues we've been having. Aaron and the public works staff have been working really hard, going over the old records, making sure they can find all of the pressure reducing valves, where all the other valves are. Some are on the list, some aren't. Some old ones that they are digging up the old ones that are supposed to be disconnected because they're not always indicated that they are disconnected. So they're double, triple checking everything. So that continues. So thank you to those guys for all the extra hard work they're doing. Hopefully it will, actually it's not hopefully, it is actually updating our records and our I guess, as-built to make them as current as possible as they should be. The UEB last meeting concerning the general permit for the wastewater treatment plant, the UEB did decide and voted 5-0 to go forward with that and to move to go to that general permit as opposed to the current permit. They couldn't find any reasons to not do that. By going to that, we'll reduce the annual fee from $2,700 down to about $900. Gives us a quicker switch over to the outflow that the previous board already had installed below the or underneath the new ponds. And it allows our copper limit, that arbitrary copper limit we've discussed many times already, to be at 14 micrograms as opposed to the current 2.2. Concerning the upgrades that have been requested or indicated to us that we need to do at the wastewater treatment plant concerning the blowers, the current board, their little subcommittee looking at that, and some of their our own engineers on that board felt that the idea of going to a fourth blower is not necessarily necessary, and it would be undue cost to increase size of the building and the infrastructure to hold that third blower or that fourth blower, but that the 3 current blowers just be replaced with larger ones. So they will continue to look at that and provide the board information. I guess probably most likely we'll hear about that with Director Kaplan's next report. Concerning the grease traps, there's a consensus for now to let the town continue requesting reports as it is previously done and try to stay on top of that. And if that doesn't work, then they'll request reports via an ordinance coming through us. The high strength wastewater classifications, there was no support to reduce any rates by the UEB. And there are more concerns coming from the UEB with the possibility of another brewery with upwards of 60,000 gallons per year production in its second distillery, which are considering starting operations in Lyons, which will probably increase our BOD levels. So there's little concern there. Concerning Mean, although not required, Mean is now looking into meeting Colorado's required 80% reduction in carbon emissions from 2005 levels by 2030. And then I would just like to ask for a staff follow-up on a former request of Mayor Pro Tem Browning's concerning the revolving loan fund paperwork. Make sure everything in the last loan go around at the beginning of COVID, that we have all the proper paperwork in place, it's been signed, and the ones that are in default, that we are actually getting our names on the list to get that repaid as per the contracts. That's it.
Very comprehensive. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, could you please read the number 1 under board and commissions into the record?
Yes, number 1 on boards and commissions is the Sustainable Futures Commission's request for direction on accepting Boulder County Sustainability Coordinator grant funds.
Staff.
Oh, you're on mute.
Actually, Dan Mage, the Sustainable Futures Commission Chair, is here to present.
That's fine. Dan, would you like to address the Board of Trustees? Or Ken?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Dan Mage, 219 Park Street, and Chair of the Sustainable Futures Commission. Hello, everybody. I'm here today to get the board's thoughts on our SFC would like to submit a grant proposal to Boulder County. We typically apply to Boulder County sustainability grant funds to help with our SFC projects. Prior to a few years ago, we used that funding to pay for a sustainability coordinator position, which is one of the it's a prescribed use for that fund. However, over time, Boulder County requests that, and this grant fund is specifically for small towns, especially the mountain towns, to increase their sustainability efforts. Boulder County does allow use of these funds for a sustainability coordinator, but
he went frozen.
We lost you, Dan.
okay, here I am again. Sorry about that. Over time, the county requests that that the municipality bring that budget for that sustainability coordinators within the make that a staff municipal staff position, which is what Lyons did with our previous sustainability coordinator. We would like to, we have initial approval from Boulder County to reapply these funds to a part-time, to hire a new part-time sustainability coordinator, or to use the funds for a contracted or a consultant to coordinate on a project-by-project basis. This fund is, what we propose to do is, there's a total of $15,000 that you can apply for in a year. There is a 25% match required, and that is cash or in kind. So that's what we would like to apply this year's funding request to, is to hire a new coordinator or a contracted coordinator. So would like to get the board's thoughts on whether that's something we can move forward on. Kim would have to remind me what the timing is on the when the grant is due, but it's due pretty soon.
Sure. Thanks, Dan. And I think he summed it up pretty well. The reason the SFC wanted to request this from the Board of Trustees is it came up at our SFC Commission meeting. And so we didn't have board representation at that meeting. So they asked what the pleasure of the board would be. And so our suggestion was to let the board make that decision, because currently it is not in the proposed budget, but we are able to do this. So if the board would like us to add this in, we can do that. I gave you the numbers of what we wouldn't do then with the grant money that we've done before, which is projects. And the grant is due this Thursday, which is why we wanted for some direction from the board on this item.
So are you asking for the required match?
No, sir. What we're requesting is if the board is comfortable putting this back in as a budget item for the position, or for at least a contracted position. We would do the match, but in the past we've used it for projects. So for example, irrigation and water savings, the limb pickup, those types of things. We do have 5,000 currently in the budget for the limb pickup for next spring, but we would not be able to use any match from the county for that. Should we go the direction that the SFC is asking for?
Trustee Miller's had her hand up.
Okay, Trustee Miller.
I just have a question about the in-kind donations and how, or in-kind grant match, and how that actually works.
Sure, that's a great question. And with the county, because of the small size of our population, we're able to use, for example, if it's desk space, computer, and that support, that would be considered in kind. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the full 25% cash.
Further questions? Trustee Lowell?
I just have a general question about the sustainability coordinator position. I know that Garrett McDaniel was our person for a couple of years, I believe. This new coordinator position is, I assume for that kind of money, what are we talking, 15, 18 hours a week perhaps?
So that's exactly what we put in as staff. We look at what we have able to do, and it would be about 16 hours per week if it was a staff position. You know, Netherland, I think, does about 10 to 15 hours per week as well. But the county also said we could do, if we wanted to do it on a project basis, we could put the grant in for contracted consultant to help us with projects.
And that would be for a project like on assessing the viability of the solar farm or something like that, right?
Exactly.
You know, when the matter of water saving is brought up, we've talked about this, Kim, and I know you know this, that Resource Central provides water monitoring for any utility customer in Lyons. So I think that's kind of off the plate for sustainability coordinator, since we already have that service available to us. I'm just trying to wrap my head around exactly what the sustainability coordinator would do. I was never quite clear on what Garrett did. I know he did a survey. It was very revealing. I like that, but and I know he was involved with zero waste at our events. But I guess I'm looking for an opinion from Dan and you as to whether that sustainability coordinator could be kept busy for 16 hours a week, or whether it's more practical to find a contractor for specific projects.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like Dan to, because he represents the SFC for.
Yeah, this position is the only staff position that's available to us. Obviously, being a volunteer committee, there's a limit that to what we can do. So there's a certain extent of simple coordination of, for instance, the leaf collection event that's that's happening in a couple weekends. But I think more broadly, it is to enact the resolutions and ordinances that related to sustainability and resilience that the town has adopted over the years. We have a sustainability action plan that has points in water savings, energy, and waste. Those are our big three buckets. So there's a number of projects that we would like to do in each of those buckets, and so whether it's a regular person or a regular staff position or a contractor, I think we certainly could do it on a contract basis. I would just want it to be flexible enough that we could define it so that the coordinator is able to, for instance, attend our meetings and not just focus on not build it entirely around a project. So I think it could work either way, as long as we nuance it, the contractor.
And I think too, the thing to remember is they're the subject matter experts in sustainability in terms of moving the sustainable action plan forward for the town that was adopted in 2014 and then updated in 2019.
I'd like this question answered, because I think that a curbside limb pickup is something that we've become accustomed to. There's a sentence that says, using the Boulder County Sustainability Grant Funds for a part-time position or for a subject matter sustainability specialist means that there would not be financial or grant support from Boulder County for curbside limb pickup in 2021. How much did Boulder County contribute to the curbside limb pickup in 2020?
Sure, it was about $8,800 in 2020, and our match was about $2,700. There's some funds left from some initiatives we'd still like to do. That includes the leaf pickup on the 14th. And so they'll pay, it's 80% and we pay 20, or it's 20, 75, 25. Sorry, we'll pay 20 to 25% of that total cost.
And so do we have funds in our 2021 budget to compensate for the loss of the $8,800 from Boulder County if we proceed on this course?
No, currently we would not, which is why we're asking the board for direction, because the SFC really requested this. This came from them at their October 14th meeting, where they really feel like they need more support.
So basically what you're asking is that we include additional funds for the curbside pickup in our 2021 budget. Is that right?
No, I'm not sure I'm following that. Maybe.
How are we gonna make up the contribution that Boulder County gave us for the limb pickup if we don't appropriate it in our 2021 budget?
Well, I think you're assuming that that's an annual event. I think that
the limb pickup.
yeah.
Yeah, I am assuming that because for the last few years, I think Lions has been very appreciative of the limb pickup program, to be perfectly honest with you. And I don't know, honestly, whether they would the people would be in support of us not having a limb pickup program. That's my concern. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. It's not that I don't support an additional line item in the budget to make up for it, but to make up for it for a sustainability coordinator when the sustainability coordinator that we had resigned, and the Board of Trustees, I don't know how they feel, but they may have felt that that was a position that we didn't want to finance any longer. So, I mean, I don't know what the direction of the Board of Trustees is going to be tonight, but I'll leave it open for further discussion by the Board of Trustees. Does anybody have any questions for either Dan or Kim? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, could I get the numbers on what the curbside limb pickup has cost for each of the last 2 years? Because it was kind of a struggle to get that program reinstituted, as the mayor indicated. It was dropped for a number of years after the flood, and we had to really push on the board level to get that redone. And I think both years it went over budget. If I recall right, when we first did it, we budgeted in the general fund to pay for it out of the general fund. But then when grant funds became usable from the county sustainability, we dipped into those so that we weren't using our own general funds. But I want to know what it's going to cost next year versus what we have budgeted for it, apart from the Boulder County grant money.
Sure. I don't have what we spent in 2019 off the top of my head. We can get it to you. We right now in the budget do have $5,000, but as noted, if we didn't have funds to match it, that would be our maximum, unless, I guess the board mid-year could make an adjustment to that if they would like to, from my understanding.
So how much did we spend last year for the curbside limb? We contracted it out. Seems like it was 11,000 or something like that.
Yes, and it was later this year. And also keep in mind, we weren't able to have the spring cleanup where we generally have 2 30-yard dumpsters at the spring cleanup. And that was for 2 reasons. 1, because of COVID, but 2, we also didn't have the jail crew to help because of COVID. So it was both, not having the resources to do that. So then it's possible that there were a lot more limbs this year than an average year. But now we have professionals and Lions volunteers.
Yeah, well, that was a one-time. We can do that again, but
I'm showing that we spent $3,700 in 2019 for fall spring curbside pickup.
Thank you.
So the thought is that the 5,000 that's in there might cover it.
This is Dave Cosgrove, Parks and Public Works. I'd be happy to chime in. I believe it was right around 4,200, as Victoria said, for 2019. So that 39 I believe is probably correct. And then this year it was around 89 for the initial. And then we did that fall storm cleanup, and we decided to rent. And so it was an additional about $1,400.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with the mayor on this one. That's the curbside limb pickup is a very popular program, and a very necessary program. There's going to be an item discussed later about fire safety and urban, wildlands interface. It's fine to focus on that, but you have a bunch of dead dry limbs sitting all around town. That's an in-town fire safety hazard. And if you had to push me to a priority choice between curbside limb pickup and sustainability coordinator, I go with the curbside limb pickup. It also seems to me it might be prudent to do this on a contract basis for next year, because we still don't know next year if we can have a spring cleanup event. And one of the focuses has been on zero waste at special events in town, and we don't know what special events we're going to have next year yet. So to me, it would make more sense to have more flexibility and perhaps contract this out and keep the possibility of using a portion of the sustainability grant from Boulder County for curbside limb pickup if that's what we need to do, in addition to the general fund amount.
Is there a different opinion on the Board of Trustees? Trustee Careless.
I would just like to ask on the letter that's in our packet, the third paragraph from the bottom, where it indicates what's in the budget for 2021, that the grant funds for a part-time position are for a part-time position or a specialist, means that no financial grant support for Boulder County would be for limb pickup. Is that if we take the grant for that purpose, or can the grant be used, if we don't use it for that purpose, can it then be used for other diversion?
Sure. I think I'm following your question correctly, but so there's a pot of money. It's $15,000 from Boulder County with the sustainability tax. We may use that money when we put in our grant submission for projects or a person. So if the SFC really is asking for the person or a contractor, instead of all project based. And so if we do that, then we won't have our funding from the Boulder County for the projects, which would include the limb pickup, some of the water conservation efforts that we've done recently, from Garden in a Box to there's others.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that, and when I was hearing that was correct. I'm going to, along with the mayor pro tem, the limb pickup, the other diversion, the pickup the days, the large item pickup days we didn't do this year because of COVID. I agree with the pro tem that I don't see the spring, summer of 2021 being much different than 2020 at this time. But I would like to think if we could get some kind of diversion program, big dumpsters going with distancing and things, that would be great. I'd rather fund that, and possibly to curbside pickups or something with limbs, because as we'll discuss with the former trustee Farrell, I brought up on the board, she was on 3 times concerning fire issues that were line sits and just blank looks, nothing was done. And now we have a fire very close, freak people out. Yeah, we've got a lot of dead stuff and too many trees too close to too many properties that if staff in the fire department really want to look at things and do some code changes, well, other states, other cities do that sit in our same zone. And it could get pretty costly for a lot of our residents. And while Mark is still young and strong, I think he's got 1 more year left in him for tree pickup and shredding. So I like to use them while we can, but that's kind of where I stand at this time.
Any other opinions? Where do you stand, Trustee Rogan?
Well, I tend to agree. You know, you look at what's important and what's urgent, and then you put what's important and urgent both at the same time ahead of everything else is the way I look at making decisions like this. And I agree with Trustee Caravas that fire mitigation is urgent and important. And, you know, hopefully next year we can take another look at the sustainability coordinator position and see how we can move forward from there.
Thank you. Trustee Lowell?
I concur with Trustee Rogan.
Trustee Waugh?
I concur with both Trustee Rogan and Trustee Long.
Trustee Miller?
I also concur.
It's a unanimous direction of the Board of Trustees that we will maintain the curbside pickup. Hopefully in the future, also include the pickup of other items with the help of the crew from the jail if we have the opportunity. And as a sustainability coordinator is going to have to wait until next year, perhaps. I think that's the direction of the Board of Trustees, is it not? Thank you. Let's see. Madam Clerk, could you please read number 2 under boards and commissions into the record?
Yes, item 2 is the Planning and Community Development Commission update to the board.
Commissioner Farrell?
Hi.
Hi.
I forgot to turn on my mic and video. Well, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to come forward. And also I appreciate that I'm coming on the heels of the discussion that you did have and the appreciation for the urgency that we need to become a more fire resilient community. Back in September, we had started the PCDC having discussions with the interim chief, Pitchke, about what is it that the Lyons Fire Department's needs are specific for Lyons? What can the PCDC be doing to make recommendations for policies, code enforcement, land use issues to protect our town? And then having the events right on the heel. Actually, we had a meeting scheduled on Wednesday when everything really started to go crazy, that we had to cancel with the Calwood fire. So it really brought home even further the priority for us. And as the PCDC, we started really looking into all of the documents and the elements and the research that is out there, going through the MOU that you all signed just in August, and all of the different agencies. It really is clear how large of a task it is for us to really evaluate and understand what Lyons needs to do. And so what it also came down to was recognizing that nobody within the PCDC really has any expertise in this realm. And our knowledge base is not enough to be really thorough. So we are hoping and coming to you to look for creating a task force or a commission, specifically to lend us some fire expert hazard safety guidance. We need direction, communication, and education. I think not just for the PCDC, but it's for the whole town of Lyons and the Board of Trustees. I think it should have 4 main goals. And then of course I've got Paul is on, as well as Greg, to speak up at any point to fill in any gaps if I miss something. But one of the goals, I think, is to work with the Lions Fire Protection District and the various agencies and collaboratives that were a part of the 2020 MOU. I actually would also recommend the St. Vrain Forest Health Partnership and the Left Hand Watershed District. So working with the various agencies, that's number one. Number two is to identify on a large scale, what are our planning efforts that are being made by these different agencies, and how are those large scale planning efforts going to be impacting Lions in particular? So once that's identified, I think that then we should seek guidance and recommendation specifically for the PCDC to look at what kind of a wildland urban interface standards that Lions should be adopting based on what's happening around us. And that can get into more specifics as to construction, landscape standards, property maintenance standards. How is this affecting us currently? And then our future growth and development issues that we need to consider, so long-term plans. And then finally, I think that this is the thing that I keep coming back to as probably part of the biggest need. And frankly, it's outside of the scope of the PCDC, but it's really necessary. And I think we need community education. I think in order for us to be successful, the community really needs to understand why we are making certain policies and recommendations. Why do we need to enforce certain codes or any of these codes? And that level of communication and interface with the community, I think we won't be successful in coming up with a really good plan without that element. So I think a task force, this should be a part of that goal as well. And then all of this, of course, comes into the timing, which is perfect for the 2021 comprehensive plan. And so which I think is a great chance to getting community engagement. So this doesn't just encompass the town of Lyons, it encompasses our 3 Mile planning area. It also then goes to our surrounding areas. So I just really think that if we could get some guidance and direction, the PCDC is going to be much more effective in bringing forth to you the different kinds of priorities specific to fire mitigation. Greg, do you have anything that you would want to add?
No, not anything specifically. It's just, I guess I would say I've been on the PCDC for about 8 years. We've talked about fire risks, over the years, but we've never really had a sustained effort at any one time to talk about the different zonings that we've seen that other communities have done after they've suffered from wildfires. And obviously from the events for the last couple of weeks, it just seems completely paramount that we need to move in this direction, because that's not the last fire we're going to see in Lyons over the next 10 years. We will see another one.
Anybody else in regard to presentation? Well, I agree 100% in including any recommendations once they're finalized, Chairman Edding and Commissioner Farrell, to be incorporated into the comprehensive plan. I think that is the direction that we should definitely take. And I commend you on addressing the issue and being and having your timing be so succinct. And I look forward to what is presented to us in the comp plan regarding this issue. Thank you very much. Would anybody else wish to comment? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yeah, I think the PCDC was asking for a little direction, and I think Commissioner Farrell mentioned the possibility of a task force or a commission. My feedback on that is that I think a task force would be preferable. I think the code lets the board form as many boards and commissions as we want to, or it can form specific committees, often called task force, to work on particular projects. We have a lot of boards and commissions. I'm kind of reluctant to suggest creating yet another one when we have trouble filling all the positions we have on the ones that we have now. But a task force is more specific task oriented. We had a couple of them, for example, on housing right after the flood. They're not permanent. I think you have a better chance of getting citizen participation if they're joining a task force focused on a specific topic for a limited period of time, as opposed to when you join a board or commission. I mean, you can join it and leave in 6 months, and sometimes people do that. But there's kind of a general expectation, I think, that you should serve 2 years or try to, or something like that. So I think it would potentially attract more volunteers if you did it as a task force with a defined scope, and perhaps even put a duration on it, like perhaps tied to the comp plan, to complete their report as part of the comp plan or something like that. And I think you get better citizen input and more potentially more volunteers than just creating another board and commission.
Trustee Lowe?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. I had thought the commission was a good idea when I read Jocelyn's letter. Now, but I understand Mark's point of view, and I think a task force established right away, forthwith, while these fires are still in our heads, would be very effective and would probably attract some enthusiastic people. So I agree with the task force.
Would anybody else wish to comment? Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, I think this is terrific. I agree that a task force is the way to go. And Chair Edding, I remember a couple of years ago hearing you say, man, the next thing in lines is not going to be a flood, it's going to be a fire. We need to get ready for that. And I'm sorry that you were right and we weren't ready for it. So I think absolutely now is the time. I'll be curious to see how the findings affect any code changes that we make and any planning changes. And Commissioner Farrell, I think you're absolutely right. Communication is going to be key to this. Community communication is going to be absolutely key. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a terrific thing to do ASAP, as Trustee Lowell said.
Trustee Careless?
The idea of another commission, I right off the bat, I agreed with Mayor Pro Tem Browning is saying. This board has already added 2 more. And I'm kind of getting to the point that with a limited amount of people in town that want to serve on boards, we need another commission, a full-time, year-round commission, like probably another hole in our head. Several years ago, I sat in one of the conferences at the CML conference on this exact issue. And that's when I made my statement earlier that I've been bringing it up since I've been on the board, that this is an issue that we need to discuss. And the biggest concern for Lions was more in the summer dry months of the winds coming down Highway 7, blowing embers into a wide open valley that's just loaded with old barns and nice burning Siberian elms all along people's tree lines, alleyways, and it's a big concern. At that CML conference, it was a almost standing room crowd in that discussion with the State Forest Service, State Fire Service, and the local, I believe it was Vale or Beaver Creek area, that county's fire department. And CML, I think, already has a lot of this information. Victoria, it's probably out there. State Forest Service in the State and Federal Park Service has most of this information. We need to pay attention to. The fire districts have it. It's nothing new. I've brought this up several times, that sometimes we like to try to recreate the wheel. I don't think we necessarily need to. It's just a matter of, as some of you have indicated, a task force probably grabbing all these resources, bringing it together. Because in the zone that we live in, where we live, if Town of Lions was just a little bit further to the east, probably won't have to worry about it as much. But the state expects a 30-foot perimeter, non-burnable perimeter around your home. Well, Mr. Browning, who lives in Furman, First Avenue, those homes are built on top of each other. You don't get a 30-foot perimeter around a home because you have to move your neighbor's house. While Mark may like that, give him some more space, but it can't do that. So we do have to look at something. Because when I first moved here 7 years ago, looking across at the Red Gulch, that whole thing was trees from the bottom all the way up. Somewhere along the line, about 5 years ago, the lower properties, if you notice when you look across there, across the open field, those lower houses have been doing a lot of mitigation, and the trees are properly scattered about. You know, I haven't walked over there recently, but I'm assuming they're also trimmed up the 6 to 7 feet they're supposed to. But that top half of that gulch, which is not in our purview to dictate what can happen, is what's going to be a concern for Town of Lyons. Is something like that does catch and there's winds, those embers are going 3 miles hot enough to still start fires. So a task force, I think, to gather all the information the state already has for us, put it together, probably with the help, sorry, Victoria, with the town administrator, because of all the CML contacts and the contacts with the fire district, is probably, because of the issue, important to be on that. And there are states that do legislate when you own land, you are required to follow certain guidelines and you get fined if you don't. I would like to think we don't have to do that in Lyons, but I think Trustee Rogan indicated an educational process is definitely going to be needed here.
Any other comments? I will say that I think that some of the organizations that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, Commissioner Farrell, would be perfect for the task force. And per Fire Chief Pesky's requirements, you saw the stack of limbs down at the end of the canyon. I've done a little fire mitigation myself lately, so it's a smart thing to do, and it's a requirement, and I look forward to seeing how you progress on this, and thank you very much for bringing this to the Board of Trustees.
Well, that's great. I actually do need to a task force, though. It would be good to have a board member be a part of this. Is there somebody that would be willing to volunteer now, or do you need to let me know?
Let me ask the Board of Trustees. Would anybody wish to volunteer for the task force?
I could try it, but my work schedule, the way it's picked up as of late, makes it kind of iffy. I mean, I'd be more happy to give it a go, but like I said, some work commitments have come up over the last several months that are keeping me extremely busy. So,
Trustee Caravas, Trustee Brown, and Mayor Pro Tem.
If Mayor Caravas, if Trustee Caravas would volunteer for that, I'd be glad to be the alternate if he was unable to make particular meetings and things, because he does point out that, yeah, besides our houses being close together, the neighbors on both sides of me within the last 6-7 years have planted trees that are within 15 feet of our house, and the limbs actually touch the roof, and there's nothing to stop them from doing that, but it's a concern. And I think Trustee Caravas, if he'd take the lead, I'd be glad to be the alternate. He's better. He's got a chainsaw that works better than mine. So,
Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. Paul, do you feel that we have enough direction at the moment to move forward, or is there something else that I should be asking for?
No, I think we got the direction that we were hoping for, that this is a desire to move forward with a task force. And I think we can go back to the PCDC and identify how to frame that and work together on building that, developing a plan for the policies and the land use and moving forward. So thank you.
Great.
And do you have your members of the Board of Trustees for your task force also?
Thank you
very much.
You're
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have a good night.
Pardon me?
Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. Mayoral appointments. It gives me great pleasure to appoint Ann Obenchain to the Citizens Budget Committee, and Mayor Pro Tem Browning as the BOT liaison to the Citizens Budget Committee. Staff reports, flood recovery update.
Evening, Mayor and Trustees. Sorry, my camera, whenever I try and turn it on, it freezes my computer. So no camera tonight, and I'm speaking loudly because I get feedback that also my speaker, my microphone isn't that great either. So if you can't understand me, let me know. So just a couple quick highlights before I dive into a little more of an update for Second Avenue Bridge. The paving project is wrapping up. They had 2 more punch list items to finish, and I believe they completed those this week. So it's just finalizing payments on that project. We have a storm water project that's going on at 4th or on High Street between 5th and 4th. And they're moving along quite quickly. They're like a week ahead of schedule on that project. We've run into a few surprises along the way with other utilities, but we've found ways to work around those items. So that project's going pretty well. And then we just have 2 items to wrap up in Lions Valley River Park, and that'll be complete. And then Bone Park, they are working on their punch list items, which I believe they should have completed in the next week or 2. So Second Avenue Bridge, I've been working quite a bit with FEMA, and they will be obligating additional funds to the project. However, there are some items that they are not going to cover. Also, it will push us out of our budget limit with FEMA. And so I did send a spreadsheet in the packet to kind of hopefully simply show what FEMA's covering and then what we will be requesting from CDBG to cover. And then we have items that the town will be responsible for. And we have some other costs that we're trying to find other funding to cover, but if not, it may have to be covered by the town. So I don't know if we have any questions about any of those items on that spreadsheet.
Other than it's so small that I can't read it, maybe I should go to the computer and just move it up because on the printout.
To see if I could share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, if I get locked up, I'll just log right back in, but we'll see.
Okay, the other question was, Administrator Simonson informed us that there may be additional funds for both of the bridges, and I'd just like to know where that is at the moment.
Okay, can you guys see this spreadsheet here?
Yeah.
Okay, so FEMA right now, they're obligating around 4 million. We cannot go past 4.185. So if we have some other costs that run over at the end of the project, we can ask for additional money, but you don't receive those funds until FEMA completes their closeout, which is 2 to 4 years. And then down here, we have some costs that would be eligible with CDBG funding. So that's $238,563. So we put in an application with CDBG to have them cover these ineligible items. And then we have down here in the green are items that we committed with the agreements with private property owners in order to obtain temporary construction easements. And so that's what the town is obligated to fund for this project at this time. And then there's some design costs from earlier iterations of design that we had to go back and forth with FEMA on that they will not pay for because we're not building that design. So there's 88,000 that we're trying to find other funding to cover. If not, it will be a cost to the town for those design costs. So any questions on any of those expenses or costs? Yes, Mark?
The 88,000 for OTAC Loris engineering design cost prior to 2017, was that part of the disallowed expenses that we took out of our $200,000 per year reserve at this point? I mean, I guess the question is, where did that money come from?
I don't know, you know, the reserves that were taken out, I'm not sure exactly what those were applied to, but I don't think it was applied to this because this number, we just established what this number is this year in the last couple months.
Okay.
It wasn't clear in the beginning what FEMA would or wouldn't cover, but now I know exactly what they're not going to cover, and it's going to be this 88,000.
So, I mean, I guess my question would be, what was the source of those funds if they've been paid to the designers for that work? And I understand that FEMA was going back and forth, and it wasn't at the time looked like it might be a FEMA reimbursement, but now that it's not, what's the source of that funding?
Well, we probably used our cash flow, you know, how we have the 9.5 million that was loaned to us. So that's what's helped carry this through, but we will have to figure out in the end how this is going to be covered.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, I do want to mention that we did not get any proposals for the condemnation attorney. It was suggested that we pursue the avenue of a right-of-way consultant. So I have posted an RFP for that, and those are due November 16th. And those are costs that I don't know if we can get covered by CDBG, or it could be a cost to the town. But we're still, because we still have one easement that we have not come to agreement on. And then I think, Mayor, you had a question about the pedestrian bridge. We have put in a request or an application to CDBG to cover our shortfall, plus the match for the Safe Route to School, which is $355,000. So we have put an application for that through CDBG. But we also have grant application in with LWCF as well. So hopefully between those two grants, we will get the PED bridge covered along with the Safe Routes to School grant.
I think now would be the time to tell the board that we met with Longmont. As you guys know, there was a possibility that they might be able to carry some of these funds longer for us than the requirement to be done with projects by July. We had that call today, and they are not comfortable with that situation from an audit perspective and reporting perspective. So we are going to know, now that we have that answer, we'll be able to look at what is our best avenue for financing the remaining projects, and they need to be done within certain timeframes. So now that we have that answer, we'll focus on that.
So I am hoping that we'll get a verbal approval from FEMA this week to start moving forward with the bridge. And we do have a construction meeting scheduled for Thursday. And so we'll probably get a schedule from them and start communicating to the community when they'll start mobilizing. And we'll have a link on the town website for weekly updates on the project so that people can know what to anticipate from week to week.
And then this document, if you guys haven't looked at it, is one of my favorites, actually. It's a snapshot of all of the open grants, those that are pending closing, and those that have closed over the years. So this is really a nice snapshot of all the different projects this flood recovery team has has seen through over the last 7 years. So it's always just been one of my favorites as a way to look at how much a project was funded for and its status. So this is huge kudos. I think we're up over 100 grants that very small team has managed over the last 7 years.
So I just want to add to that a little bit. This in the purple, this is additional money that's coming to us, 1.4 million potentially. And then we have currently the grants and projects we have going now is about 9 million right now. And then the blue here, these are grants that have been submitted for closeout. And a lot of this money, this 2.3 million, we will not receive for another 2 to 4 years after FEMA completes their closeout. And then here in the red are all the grants that have closed to date, and that's 7.3 million. So it's as Victoria said, it's a good snapshot to show where we are, what we've accomplished, but there's still quite a bit going on. So I just thought it was a good spreadsheet to share with the board. Any more questions or comments?
Mayor?
Mayor Angelo, his computer died. He asked if Mayor Pro Tem would take over until he got it back up.
Okay. Trustee Caravas, you had a question?
I do, but it's probably going to be more for Brandon. Considering the condemnation attorney issue, I'm still getting a grasp on how Colorado works, but since we put it out for bid twice and got nothing, most states then allow, most government agencies, the law allows for us or the administrator to go out and hire one in a letter and a file indicating we follow all the procedures, up one side, down the other, didn't work. So we're hiring one ourselves without, going through the bid process because the bid process failed twice. Can that be done here?
Yeah. The only issue with the bids was in order to get CBDGDR funding. We could have always hired a condemnation attorney with town funds. That's been the issue. And I recently had a conversation with Boulder County about this because one of the options available to us when the RFPs failed was that we could essentially hire Boulder County to do the work for us. And Boulder County one said they wouldn't do that. And then two, the recommendation was it's going to be a lot quicker, a lot more effective for the town to just go out and hire somebody. But in the meantime, that we should be working on getting a right-of-way consultant, which is what we're doing through the RFP. I can do some of the work if we can't proceed any further on, getting this through some sort of amicable resolution. Part of the problem is that we can't proceed without an appraisal of the property on a condemnation. And so that's why we need the right-of-way consultant to offer those appraisal services. So even if I wanted to do some of the initial steps on this, which, Boulder County said they would help with, we couldn't do that until we had an appraisal in. So we have a lot of different issues kind of going right now with regard to moving forward on condemnation, and the homeowner and their attorney are non-responsive. We've emailed them and called them countless times, and their attorney says that she's been sick. Says, I'm going to call you, I'm going to email you, and then never does. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern on this one. But yes, to answer your question more directly, the town could always go out and hire its own condemnation attorney.
Well, since the previous board before the change, indicated to go condemnation, and we're still doinking around with it, get that thing as soon as possible with this right-of-way issue. And Pro Tem Browning and I and others have flat out said, do this and get it done. And let's get this project rolling, because I'm not going to be pleased if we hold up this project and this contractor is charging us more to sit and wait for us. So yeah, an attorney doing that, they have other attorneys that cover for them. It's a blow. Yeah, you're right. It's a blow off. Yeah. So let's get moving with this and get it done and force the issue, please.
If the board would like to give direction to staff to hire a condemnation attorney outside of recovery, it may not be that expensive. If we do all the right procedural things, force them to get serious, it may not be that expensive at the end of the day, but if it does go through the process, it would be. But we're going to need some sort of board authorization to start to get that contract written up.
Well, I'm for it because it's going to cost us a lot more if we delay this bridge. I see a lot of heads nodding, so let's ask for a count if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm
Are you
back.
back, Leo?
I'm back.
Okay.
But I missed a couple of issues. Administrator Simonson, do you mean to tell me after that wonderful conversation that you had when I was in your office that it went nowhere?
No, actually, I don't know if Attorney Dittman knows that the owner has been communicating with us. Her attorney has not. And so we have come to several different agreements verbally, and then when we put them in writing, they change again. So we are, I have not given up on that avenue, but I would be happy to take it back and say this needs to get agreed to this week, or we're going to move forward with something else.
Well,
yeah, they're either represented or they're not.
I think that Trustee Caravas is correct in assuming that the Board of Trustees has given direction on this issue many times, has it not?
Not about paying for a condemnation attorney ourselves. When we first started this talk, we were dealing with 3 different people that, we all know that attorneys, especially specialists, they can add up pretty quickly. So I would like to continue to try one more time this week with this person. If not, then move forward with whichever the attorney recommends, right-of-way contract or a condemnation attorney.
I think we're going to need both. I mean, we can get recovery for the right-of-way consultant, but the attorney would be on the town's dime.
Why do we have to have an appraisal? Why can't we take her current property value divided by the amount of land that's going to be impacted?
A condemnation requires an appraisal.
The appraisal itself will be at least $1,200.
Trustee Caravas did ask for a consensus of the board. What are our options, Counselor?
Our options is that we can continue, kind of going the path where there's an RFP out for a right-of-way consultant. Minister Simonson and staff's efforts to negotiate with the homeowner, absent, the participation of their counsel. If we're able to resolve that, either the right-of-way consultant or staff, we would need to hire an attorney. But the problem is, I guess we're running it into is that we need to start the condemnation process because we are running up against a clock, and using the URA process does take time. You can't even, authorize condemnation until an appraisal has been concluded and 30 days have passed. And so, that's my concern is that, and that's what Boulder County's concern was when I talked to them is that, we move on this as quickly as possible.
Administrator Simonson?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how long would you like to make one last attempt?
I think I just need this week.
Okay. I think that if I judge the Board of Trustees correctly, that we should move ahead if that's unsuccessful with an appraisal and condemnation. Am I right? Is that right, Counselor?
My question is, are you authorizing town staff to hire a condemnation attorney with the knowledge that it will not be reimbursed?
The amount of cost in regard to hiring an attorney is going to pale in regard to the costs of delaying this project and perhaps not even being able to build a bridge. So, I mean, I don't think that the cost of hiring an attorney is something that we can't live without.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I just wanted to make sure the board understood that if we were to hire an attorney, it would not be reimbursed. And
I understand that.
Permitted
I
to do that.
And the board understands now, and what direction does the board wish to take? Trustee Caravas?
Did you see finance director had her hand up? She might want to.
I didn't.
Let her talk first then.
A lot of times I can't see. I got a dark screen, and that's why I went off for a little while, is because I pull it out and it gets brighter, but it costs my battery. Finance director. Finance director Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Brandon, do you have any idea of an approximate cost of hiring a condemnation attorney? Or everything is subjective? Is it like $10,000 or is it like a lot of money?
It depends on how far in the process it goes, of course. You know, if hiring the condemnation attorney who files the authorizing documents and asks for immediate possession, and then suddenly the landowner gets reasonable and, you know, we come to some sort of compromise, the cost will be pretty limited, you know, $10,000 or under. If it's goes to, you know, a condemnation court, then we're talking significantly more money. You know, it probably in the magnitude of the $20,000 to $30,000 range. Maybe it's hard to say what it is.
I'd like to add one thing too as well. The board already did approve for this property owner to receive $16,000 worth of improvements in cash. So there is that budget there that may, if they don't agree, then possibly we could use that money that was agreed to go towards the condemnation attorney. But that was already approved by the board prior.
Madam Administrator, before my computer went out, I asked you the question in regard to, and I don't know if you even heard it, in regard to the funds that you had come up with in regard to helping us finance both the bridges.
Mm-hmm.
Can that money be used to pay for attorney fees?
Well, and I had given an update that I talked with Longmont today, and they are not comfortable with, their finance department is not comfortable with that arrangement. So we are going to have to fund the bridge and the PED bridge through FEMA and DR, which will not make all of the expenses eligible.
So that so that situation has changed drastically.
That opportunity, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
What is the direction of the board? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I strongly support authorizing the hiring of a condemnation attorney. I understand an appraisal has to be done first, but as Ms. Sanders said, we've already authorized $16,000 to this property owner, and the property owner can be told, if you walk away from that, it's going to go to pay our attorneys, and don't expect you're going to get it all back in condemnation. Let's get forward on this. Even $16,000, if we had to come out of pocket compared to a $4 to $5 million bridge, is inconsequential. Move forward. Again, let's move forward.
Yes, sir. Trustee Law.
Yes, hire the condemnation attorney. As the clock keeps ticking, the more this project's delayed, the higher the cost. So let's go forward with it. As a postscript, I find it amazing that we're being held up by one property owner. I hope they understand that they're going to forfeit the $16,000 if we have to go to condemnation.
Trustee Caravas.
I agree.
Trustee Rogan.
I agree.
Trustee Miller.
I also concur.
Trustee Wah.
I agree.
Okay, that is the direction of the Board of Trustees unanimously. Any other legal updates, Counselor?
Yeah, I have a couple legal updates. The first one, I was asked to look into options for the revolving loan fund and for properties that have not paid or in default. I kind of mentioned it in another presentation I did a couple meetings ago, but one of the items that was signed as part of those package of agreements was a security agreement, which included property that most of them are fixtures or their equipment within the building that's attached to the property itself. And, what that security agreement allows us to do is put a lien on that property, which would have to be paid before any sale. And so an option, to the board would be to authorize us to place liens on those properties for the unpaid amounts, or the board could decide to forgive those amounts. But something we'd be seeking, direction on. And I don't have it in front of me what the exact numbers are, but I know I disclosed it in the previous meeting as to what the outstanding amounts were. One was fairly significant and one was fairly insignificant, but there are 2 accounts that are not paid. Trustee Rogan has a question.
Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, if I may, we discussed this at the EBC, and the total amount is $5,500. And Kim, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one loan is $5,000 and the second is $500. And those are the ones that are in default.
Hi, actually, one is closer to 500 and we're fairly confident that person has left and I don't think that they had a building. The other one is closer to $11,000.
Ooh, okay, thank you.
And so your advice, Counselor?
I think for the $11,000 one, I think putting a lien on that property is probably, if the board would like to recover that money, is probably advisable.
And the pleasure of the board?
I agree with that. Put a lien on it before they get it sold.
Trustee Waugh?
I agree.
Trustee Miller? Trustee Lowell?
Agree.
Trustee Caravas?
I agree. Definition of revolving means we can collect this, we can help some other business, especially if this issue with this shutdown continues through 2021, we can have additional monies for other businesses that are still making it.
Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, agree.
You have a unanimous decision at the Board of Trustees to proceed with your recommendation, Counselor.
And I assume on the other one, the $500 one, I assume that, it really would not be worth it to try to enforce that one. And I assume that's the direction of the board as well.
I think you're right, sir.
Okay. The second item I wanted to address was a question from the mayor I received from the mayor this last week concerning a new policy that wanted to be implemented. I think it merits some board discussion. And that is, as I emailed you last week, the mayor's requested that he be CC'd on all emails from me to trustees or from trustees to me. Just as a little background, there haven't been a whole lot of those emails in this board term. I think when I went back and counted, it was under 20 emails from trustees other than the mayor pro tem, and usually those that have CC'd each other. I just wanted there to be a board discussion on this before that's a direction that I'm required to take going forward.
I will say for the record that the mayor pro tem has always CC'd me. And I appreciate that very much, Mayor pro tem. It's normally about issues of great concern to the mayor pro tem, and vice versa. I just think that in the spirit of transparency, that we don't have anything to keep from one another, to be perfectly honest with you. But again, it is up to the Board of Trustees if that is indeed a change in policy. Any comments? Trustee Waugh?
I'm happy to copy the mayor on correspondence with anyone that I send emails to, but I think making it a standard policy infringes on communication rights. All of that communication is available if you'd like to see it, but I can think of times where I'd like to communicate with the town attorney on my own, and I don't think you need to be copied on everything. I'm concerned that you get too many emails as it is, Mayor. To be honest with you, I think just adding a copy of every email that I send to the administrator or to the attorney is just going to add to the inbox. So I'm against it. I'm happy to copy you on it when I think it's appropriate, but I think a standard policy is unnecessary and overbearing.
Okay. Other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Copying the mayor on things I send to the town attorney is, that practice went back. I generally tried to copy the prior mayor, and I don't know if we ever did a formal policy. I think there was kind of a general understanding that that was kind of expected in most cases, mostly for the reason of somebody needs to keep track of how much time is being spent with the town attorney, and the nature of the attorney-client privileges. Collectively, we're the client, and so somebody among the client group needs to keep track of what's going on back and forth in terms of time-wise. So I don't have a problem with copying the mayor, and I did that with the prior mayor as well. The one exception I would make to that is, and I don't mean anything with respect to this mayor, but mayors generally, past, present, future, if the inquiry happens to be something regarding a conduct of the mayor himself or herself, whoever the mayor may be at the time, I don't think that should be required to be copied to the mayor, because it would kill off any possible whistleblower actions that might be appropriate. And again, I'm not suggesting anything in that respect with regard to the current mayor, but I just think if the communication involves something like Mayor Smith, we'll just make it that way. Mayor Smith did this last week. Is this proper under the state law or the town code or whatever? I don't think the mayor should have to be copied on that. The mayor would eventually get notice if some inquiry were brought to the full board, but I think to keep the whistleblower type of communications open, that shouldn't be required. Otherwise, I don't really have a problem with it.
I understand. Any other comments? Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, I don't think we should be required to copy the mayor on our emails to the attorney. My understanding is that according to code, the mayor has certain responsibilities and rights, I guess, that other trustees don't have. And they, as far as I know, do not include knowing all of the communications with the town attorney or being responsible for tracking how much time the town attorney is spending. All of the emails are available to the mayor anyway. I mean, nobody's trying to hide anything. So I don't see a reason for it, and I would not support it.
Additional comments? Trustee Caravas?
I would agree with my colleagues. I think as Pro Tem indicated, it's more of a courtesy. I think just about everything probably should go just as a courtesy. So someone is keeping track of time besides the attorney, because they're billing it. But I would think that should a circumstance arise that there might be, hopefully not ever, that prior communication may need to go. And I like to keep it the way it is. If I ever did, I haven't had a need to, I don't think, since I've been on the board, if I can recall correctly. But I would CC the mayor, and probably including the administrator to make sure there's information is being tracked of attorney times.
Additional comments? I got two more trustees.
I agree with everything that's been said. I also do not think that we should have to CC you on all the emails, and I honestly think that you'd get really sick of it if we did.
You could be right. Trustee Lowell?
No on a CC to the mayor.
Okay, that's obviously the policy decision of the Board of Trustees. Obviously, if I have any concerns, I could always do a Cora request, so I don't mind. I'm fine with it.
Mayor, just one point on that. If you were to do a core request for communications between a trustee and the town attorney, it would not yield any results because they are confidential attorney-client privilege information.
I thought that the Board of Trustees, Counselor, were all your clients.
They are, which is why I can't disclose my communications with my client to a core request.
You can't disclose any communication with any trustee to any other trustee?
Not through a core request, I cannot. I think if you were to ask for those communications, I think in most cases, the trustee would probably be willing to give them to you.
That's fine.
Mayor Angelo?
Yes.
I would also point out that the monthly billing invoice from the law firm is going to at least include the fact that a email was received and a response was made. It may not always include all of the contents, but there is a way to monitor that by reviewing the monthly invoices from the law firm. So you can tell if a certain trustee called 20 times in a month and ran up, $2,000 or something like that. You'd be able to track that. So there is a way to get that information, most of it anyway.
And I appreciate Finance Director Johnson including all of the individual billing on the accounts payable now. I think that was a terrific addition to the accounts payable. Like I said, I have no problem. I'm fine. Are we ready to go on?
Yep.
Madam Clerk, could you please read number 1 under public hearings and ordinances?
Sure thing, but I think we skipped Administrator Simonson's report.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
We went from administrator, we just got a legal update, didn't we?
Right, we went from flood recovery to legal. We didn't get the administrator's update.
Well, let's have the administrator's report then. Administrator Simonson?
Sure. Well, as Sergeant Chris mentioned, the fires all around us seem to have dissipated significantly, and the last couple of weeks did take significant amount of time with communications and coordination, and I'm happy to say coordination went really well with Interim Chief Pischke and with the Boulder County Sheriff once we kind of outlined some communication strategies there as well. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I do need to give you an update from Boulder County regarding our COVID situation. And I know you're all watching this and listening to this at the national level, but to bring it a little closer to home, over the last 2 weeks, our indicators in Boulder County are all moving the wrong direction. We had quite a lengthy phone call today with all the different agency administrators, and they are getting concerned that hospital staffings are a concern in not only Boulder County, but in the metro area as well. We had been averaging about, the metro areas had been averaging about 125 cases per day per county. And now we are facing over 350 cases a day of people needing hospitalization. And so that is raising concerns. Right now, Boulder County is using 60 of their beds for COVID patients. And so if this trend continues over the coming weeks, there is a strong potential that we're going to see elective procedures taken off the radar again, because they're going to need those beds for the COVID patients. The other thing they talked about is in Boulder County, our high previously between February and now was 1,000 cases per day. Over the last 3 days, we've been over 2,500 cases per day. And so that is a significant increase. And now it's shifting to all age groups instead of just that. The young group, of course, was an anomaly with CU Boulder, but it was affecting more seriously the elderly. They're seeing hospitalizations now, people in the 30s and 40s in the county, 30 to 40-year-olds. The other kind of interesting factor was prior to the last 2 weeks, 1 out of every 800 people in Colorado was infectious. This week it jumped to 1 out of 219 people is infected. So our indicators are not going the right direction. And so they are saying that we are likely to see increases in some of the restrictions in the coming days and weeks. So as soon as we get official public notice of what that looks like, we will communicate with you, and it sounds like there's potential. We're currently in what was called safer at home, level 2, which was a concern, and it would either go to a level 3 or the next step after that would be a stay-at-home order again. So these are significant changes. What they're requesting to us is that we stay really diligent as we enter into these colder months and with the flu season joining in. So I think you all know the drill: social distance, reduce gatherings, wear a mask, and wash your hands. And that is the best defense we have at this point. So the good news about COVID is that, as was noted, we now have weekly testing in Lyons on Friday afternoons between 1:30 and 3 at the Latter-day Saints Church on 2nd Avenue. So take advantage of that. It's free. And you do not have to, you don't have to have active symptoms. If you think you've been exposed, of course, you're welcome to go. Also, we've arranged for a flu shot clinic. We're looking at Friday, November 13th, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. So it's only a couple of hours again. I think we're going to use Sandstone Park, the visitor center, for that clinic, so that people can step in and have privacy while they get their shot and can socially distance outside while they wait. So watch for that. Also in regard to COVID is 2 rounds of CARES Act funding. We've talked about the first one before, and that is the $90,000 that we're getting as a community through CARES Act, and approximately half of that going to LEAF to be distributed, about $25,000 to LEAF programs and $25,000 to business support. Last week, we were contacted by Boulder County that they are willing to share some of their COVID CARES Act funds with us as well. So we're looking at another round of grants for businesses that can be used to offset revenue losses. And the first CARES Act funding did not allow that. It had to be actual purchase of supplies and materials and, to prevent the spread. The second group could be used if you can show in July of 2019, my sales were this, and in July of 2020, my sales were this. And so they're trying to make it as easy as they can, but we haven't heard the amount yet, but they have reached out to both Lyons and Netherland to help us with our small businesses. And that again would have to be spent by the end of this year. So we have literally like 8 weeks to spend this. So we're going to need to get businesses. A letter went out, if not today, it'll go out tomorrow to identify how that program is going to work, and hopefully can help, especially if we go into any higher restrictions, can help offset additional losses yet this year. Let's see. I don't know if I need to say it or not. Tomorrow's election day. So our ballot box has been very busy. That's all I'm going to say on that. We are starting to look at what we're going to do in regard to winter events that we're used to, the holiday bazaar, the parade of lights, the fireworks. I think that's going to have to be swapped out for something significantly different. I just don't think we can do fireworks following wildfires in the area. So we're going to see what other options we can come up with for the community. And so stay tuned with that. We'd like to get that figured out here in the next 2 weeks. They've started the ballpark, storage facility. That was in my report. The Lyons Valley River Park ponds are getting a new group of, got new fish on last Thursday apparently, and we're starting some chip sealing, crack sealing on the in town. And then last but not least, the special meeting that was scheduled with Summit this Thursday, November 5th, has had to be postponed. A resident pointed out that there was a publishing error on Ordinance 1085, which allowed for this process to be instituted, that the board could make the decision if they were going to go through the planning commission or straight to the board. And so we have reposted that ordinance by title in the Longmont Times Call, and have talked with Summit. Of course, they're not happy, but they want to make sure we're doing things right. So at this point, we are looking at a special meeting on potentially December 3rd. And the mayor's requested that it be after dinner, 6:30 is when we'll start that meeting to hold that public hearing. So all of those notices will be resent. The public hearing will be re-noticed, but there is not a meeting this Thursday. Any questions about anything else that I had in my report or other issues? Trustee Rogan?
Go ahead, Trustee Rogan.
Thanks. Thanks for that, Victoria. I just want to let everybody know that I went through the drive-through on Friday and I got my results this morning. So the turnaround time is pretty quick, and they came through my Boulder Community Health portal. So I got an email saying I had results in my portal. So, encourage friends and families to go. It looked like their turnout was really good, and really appreciate that. And then I have a question about the Lion's Den. Do we have an update about whether they're paying their taxes, whether they're following the rules? I was concerned to see that there, I think, was a Halloween party there. I heard some pretty loud noise where I am, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from, obviously, because I didn't leave my house. So just kind of wondering where that's at.
I didn't did not hear about a Halloween party. Sergeant Chris did not indicate that they were called either. So I don't know about that. Why don't we prep a follow-up with you on the taxes and things, unless Director Johnson has got some updated numbers. I'd rather get that correct than guess. Oh, there she is.
Sure thing.
So just a quick update on the Lion's Den. They have been remitting their current taxes. They are working with the Department of Revenue on a payment plan for their back taxes. I do not have the details of that plan. That has not been given to me at this time.
Okay, any other questions for me?
Trustee Careless.
Concerning the fireworks in December, yeah, a little too close to still being dry, but that's a big deal, and a lot of people look forward to it here. And any way we can postpone it into January or February, when theoretically there should be cooler, colder, more moisture on the ground by chance?
We're trying to talk with the chamber and some other groups about any other options. One of the things that they came up with was we could do a more of a simulated light show again, so that people can come in small groups just with your family to watch it and enjoy it, versus bringing out thousands of people all at the same time. So it is, I'm trying to remember if it's in the 2021 budget to have fireworks, if we wanted to wait and do it into the next year. I think it is budgeted. We told the fire department that we would definitely coordinate with them, and at this point they are not comfortable right now anyway.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me at all. I just wonder if, in January and February, and hopefully moisture outlooks are looking better, it can happen if that holds true. The second question is, are we still going to do an ice rink this year?
I'm hoping to still do an ice rink. We talked about having to change the signage at the ice rink to have a capacity limit and to wear your mask when you're on the ice. If you're at a certain capacity, kind of thing.
Yep.
If it's just you and your family, I don't think you need to, but if others are there, you need to wear a mask.
Thank you.
Let me ask a fellow trustee a question. Trustee Lowell, are you satisfied with the carp strategy in the ponds?
You're on mute, Trustee
Yeah,
Lowell.
I got it. Well, I'm no carp expert, but I was there. I was walking the dog, and the young lady was scooping out the carp and bringing them down to the pond, and so I was quite fascinated by it. Yeah, they put in 60, I think 60 in the lower pond and 25 in the upper pond. Apparently those carp will eat twice their weight every day. Seems to me they got a lot of eating to do to get that down to a reasonable amount of weeds in there. I think I'm more excited about the possibility of the aerators getting put in there.
Okay, I was just wondering. All right, any other questions for Administrator Simonson? Okay, then, thank you.
Trustee Waugh has one.
I'm sorry, Trustee Waugh.
No problem. Thank you for that report, Mr. Simonson. I'd just like to point out that we haven't even started the meeting officially, and we're 2 hours in. We have 3 public hearings to go. We have a consent agenda, and then we've got general business. We really need to get through this first part of the meeting in under an hour. We have all the materials ahead of time. We have time to ask and pose questions ahead of time, but literally we are just starting the meeting 2 hours in. I mean, we have 3 more hours easily to go. So I just want to point that out to everybody. Please don't read your reports to us. If we have questions, we'll ask. We cannot spend 2 hours going through administrivia and these reports. We had some good substance conversation tonight, and that's fine, but there were a lot of things that could be handled and addressed and questions answered outside of this meeting. So I just want to point that out. And I'm going to need a break in an hour. So at 10 o'clock, I'm going to ask for a break. So I'll tell you that right now. We need to get these meetings moving.
Okay. Now, Madam Clerk, could you please read number 1 under public hearings and ordinances into the record?
Yes, item 1 is the first reading of ordinance 1089, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, levying general property taxes for the 2021 budget year.
I assume that Finance Director Johnson will address the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a staff report in your packet. I'm not going to read that to you. I do have a short presentation. This is a presentation we did last year for the board, and it's also not just for the board, it's for the people who are also listening to the meeting. It talks about what a mill levy is and why it's important and how it impacts them. Is that okay if I present that?
Absolutely.
I will make it as quick as I can.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and so you guys should all see the beginning of the presentation. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, again, I will make this very quick so that we're not spending a lot of time on it, but I wanted to make sure that people were aware of what the mill levy is and how it impacts you. Your property taxes are set by mill levies. So let's start real quickly. The town's revenues, most of our revenues come from taxes. $1.8 million come from taxes. Out of that, 759,000, it's actually going to be a little bit higher this year, is property tax. So what we spend it on, this is all of our government services. And I want to talk a little bit about the mill levy. So the Boulder County assessor actually establishes the values for every property. They do it every other year. So you're only, when they revalue your property, it's in an odd year. And then that value is used for the following year and the year after. So it's used for 2 years in a row. There is a certain amount of an assessment is what they call it. So you have your actual property value, and then there's an assessed value. Your commercial properties are assessed at 29% of the actual value, and your residential property actually has a variable rate, which currently is set at 7.15%. This residential piece goes up and down depending on, it's a percentage of residential to commercial, to make sure that everybody in the commercial is paying their fair share, is how it originally started. Anyway, 1 mil is going to be equal to $1 of property tax for every $1,000 of assessed value. When we look at our property tax or property values from 2019 to 2020, they actually did increase just a little bit, and it's due to new construction. This is an example, and I want to walk through this so that people understand what happens when we change the mill levy. So if you have a property value, this is for a residential property. If you have a property value of $500,000, you're assessed at $35,750, which is that 7.15%. Then if you look at in 2020, our mills were 16.889. So if you were to apply those mills, you would have paid about $603.78 in property tax to the town of Lyons. In 2021, we are looking at a mill of 17.762. It's going to be a little bit higher. And what that's going to do is when you multiply that by your assessed value, it's going to raise your taxes about $31.21. It's about 5.17%. Okay. The voter approved mill levy, you hear a lot of talk about, what is the voter approved mill levy? And if it goes above that, it requires voter approval. The voter approved mill levy for the town of Lyons is 19.522 mills. Okay, because we're not actually doing the 19.522 mills, all of the taxpayers actually get a temporary tax credit for 2021 of 1.76 mills, which is the difference between the 17.762 and the 19.522. The temporary tax credit in the prior year was a little bit higher because our mills were a little bit lower. So if you look at this from a commercial standpoint, the commercial property is assessed at the 29%. Again, that never changes. It's always that way. It's a lot higher. So if you look at a commercial property, same $500,000 value, in 2021 at that 17.762 mills, you're going to pay about $25.75.49. In 2020, it was lower. And so your increase in taxes for Lyons tax only is going to be about $126.59. And that's, again, the 5.17%. Okay, so when we look at the mill, it's not just the town of Lyons that's giving a mill on your property. We're one of 7. There's 7 taxing authorities that put a levy on your property. So where we're at, we're kind of in the middle. This is going to be 2020 numbers. So we're at 16.889 mills in 2020. We have Boulder County, which is assessing you. We also have the school district, which is assessing you, the fire district, the library district, and there's 2 other small water districts. So we're just a small piece of this big puzzle. So when I say, you're going to have an additional $21, it's not necessarily $21, it's $21 for the town of Lyons. So let's kind of put the whole thing together. So if you look at the whole mill levy, if you have your property value again at the 500,000, the assessment rate, a residential rate of 7.15%. In 2020, the total mills on your property was 117,108. So on your $500,000 property, you would pay about $41.86. That probably looks more like what you actually pay. So if we look at the number up above, the 506,800, that's if you have an increase in the value of your property. So we wouldn't do that from the second year of the assessment, but next year, when they reassess the properties in 2021, you'll have an increase in your value, which will increase your taxes as well. So the total mills for 2021, if nobody else changes their mill levy, will be about 117,981. So this will be an increase in your property taxes of approximately $88.57 if you had an increase in your value as well. So I know that that's a lot of information, but I'm just trying to show that if your value goes up, your taxes go up. And if the mills go up, your taxes go up. So they both have an impact on your property. So the proposed mill levy that we are putting into the 2021 budget is the 17.762 mills. This will produce income of $767,842. The budget for 2021 has a lot of long-range capital and infrastructure in it. And if we choose not to use that many mills, if we reduce it in any way, then we are going to have to reduce either our capital projects or some of our operating expenses to offset that. The general fund does not have any extra money, so that's kind of where it's at this point. One other piece that I wanted to talk about just really quickly is Colorado statute also requires that a municipality, actually a taxing authority, does not increase their mills above 5.5% of the prior year. So we are limited to that. That's what gives that tax credit. So we are increasing our mills by that 5.5%. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time. I know that was pretty quick. Do you have any questions about that?
Are there any questions for Finance Director Johnson? I think that was a phenomenal presentation, Finance Director. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is on the website, so if people would like to look through it, they're more than welcome to do that and ask any questions that they would have.
Trustee Kervis, wait a second. Trustee Kervis has a question for you, ma'am.
Of course.
Concerning the 1.76 credit, which is basically we're 1.76 mils below the 19.522 allowed. So the last 2 years, we used quite a few mils to balance our budget. Come this time next year for the 2022 budget, we have very little wiggle room. The way I'm reading this, because we've increased mills quite a, not quite a bit, but we only have 1.76 left. So 1.76, and there is no fund balance left to balance the budget next year for 2022. That's a concern that we need to be. That's something we need to be concerned about, so everybody knows.
That's a great concern. If I could address that really quickly. So sure. They actually do the revaluation next year. So in most instances in front range property, your property values are going to go up. So just so you're aware of that. So yeah. When your property value goes up, the mills will get readjusted. So they'll get adjusted back down in order to keep that balance, unless the Gallagher Amendment gets voted out, and then we'll be stuck with the 7.15% in perpetuity.
Correct. Thank you.
Finance Director Johnson, you said that we don't have any extra reserves in the general fund, right?
We do not have any extra reserves. We have a 3-month reserve that we do not budget.
Okay. And do you consider that a healthy financial situation?
It is a GFOA recommended practice to keep at least a 3-month reserve. It would be up to the board if you chose to have a bigger reserve or a smaller reserve, but GFOA recommends at least 3 months.
And so to create a reserve, does that take, I'm not talking about extra property values or extra sales tax or anything like that. Would that take a cut in the budget?
Yes, if we were to keep more money as a reserve, then yes, that would reduce the available amount of money to fund the budget.
All right. Any other questions for Finance Director Johnson? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Please read number 2 under public hearings and ordinances.
We need a vote.
We need a
I'm
vote
sorry.
for,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion on the table?
So
No,
moved.
yeah.
Trustee Browning?
I move approval on first reading of ordinance 1089 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, levying general property taxes for the 2021 budget year.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Trustee Curvis, we didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1089 on first reading passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could we please have you read ordinance 1090 into the record?
Yes, the next item is the first reading of ordinance 1090, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an amendment to a contract to buy and sell real estate with Lyons Ute Highway LLC for Lot 1 Railroad Subdivision.
Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Angelo and trustees. What you have before you in the ordinance on first reading is an ordinance that modifies the non-conforming code in the Lyons Municipal Code, Chapter 16. This came out of a request from the Board of Adjustments that.
Paul, if I can stop you, I think this is for the Paul Tamburello
Yeah,
contract.
this is 1090, Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I jumped the gun there. This one's a little easier. I apologize. Based on the feedback that we received at the last Board of Trustees meeting, Ordinance 1090 is the result that was recommended or was discussed by the Board of Trustees. And the direction we received in order to modify the contract and extend that required PUD deadline. The original purchase and sell contract with Paul Tamburello had a 12-month window within which the owner would have to submit a PUD application to the town. Because of COVID and some delays that were associated with COVID, the owner has requested an extension of that for 17 months from the 1-year deadline. Originally, staff recommended a 12-month extension, but we're open to the 17-month extension as well. The contract and the ordinance before you have a 17-month extension in them. We recommend approval of this ordinance.
Thank you.
Paul, I think the contract is written, the
Yes.
amendment is for 17 months from the date of sale.
Okay.
And so is that what is being requested, or is it a total of 29 months from the date of sale? 17
It
additional.
was to extend it 17 months. So
17 additional months.
17 additional months.
So then I think if that's the intent, then it needs to be read as 29 months and not 17.
Correct.
So,
Which is
Counselor,
an easy fix.
we need a motion and a second, and then we have discussion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because there's going to be some discussion in regard to this ordinance. Do we have a motion on the ordinance? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move to approve on first reading ordinance 1090, approving an amendment to a contract to buy and sell real estate with Lions Ute Highway LLC for Lot 1 Railroad Subdivision.
Thank you. Do
I'll
we have a
second that.
second? Do we have a second?
I do. I second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1090. Is there any discussion? This is, I understand it's first reading and we could just pass it and save a little time, and I support this, but I don't think that this is what was agreed to at the last meeting when we discussed this. Is it? Does anybody recollect? I thought it was a 12-month extension on the PUD, not a 17-month extension. Am I mistaken?
No, you're correct.
Okay, so what we've done is we've now added additional time to an ordinance that was not discussed by the Board of Trustees. Is that correct?
No, it was discussed by the Board of Trustees. The request by the applicant was 17 months.
What was the direction of the Board of Trustees at the last meeting? Does anybody recollect?
My recollection is that I believe staff recommended 12 months and the board discussed it, and there seemed to be general consensus that 12 months was that recommendation was acceptable. But I guess I understand now that the applicant has come back and asked it for an additional 5 months, basically. So the additional 5 months hasn't really been discussed in detail, as I recall.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know that my memory serves me well. Any further discussion?
Leonard Glasgow and Paul Tamburello are on.
I'll start with Mr. Tamburello.
I just wanted to clarify that the original request was 17 months originally. And I believe Mr. Glasgow came back and said he thought 12, and so 12 was what was proposed at the last meeting. And I'm fine with that. So I didn't want you to think that after your discussion at the last meeting of 12 that we came back and requested 17, because that's not how it happened.
Okay, no, and I appreciate your integrity, sir, by pointing that out. And we may very well agree tonight and at the next meeting to approve 17 months because of what we discussed at the last meeting in regard to being able to provide you with services. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion?
Attorney Dittman.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, two things. One, I was asked to write an ordinance for 17 months, which is what is in the ordinance. And then two, is actually an error because it should be 20. If it were to be 17, it should be 29 months, just from the date of sale. Right. And then two, if you prefer to have it not be 17-month extension, but a 12-month extension, it'd be 24 months. And so that's something to keep in mind. I mean, it doesn't be fixed as first reading, but at some point it will have to be changed.
Understood.
Please remind us about that when we make amendments at second reading, Counselor.
It'd be my pleasure.
Thank you.
We can't make them on the first reading with an amendment to the resolution?
Under the board's legislative policy, you could choose to do so now or at second reading on public hearings, the board's pleasure.
I think perhaps since it's become the practice of the board to make changes at first reading, is it acceptable to make the changes per council's recommendation?
It would just require an amendment, of course.
Okay. Is there anybody willing to offer an amendment? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move to amend the proposed ordinance 1090 to change the time period from 17 months to 12 months. I guess it's in the whereas.
24.
And it's an exhibit A too, so I would move to make that change in both the whereas and exhibit A.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning, if I may, I think it needs to be 24 months if your intent is to add a 12-month extension. It's from the date of so.
Okay. Yeah, okay, 17 months from the date of purchase. I see that. So that should be 24 months from the date of purchase. Not from the initial deadline, but yeah.
Do we have a second on the motion to amend?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to amend the agenda as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote on the amendment.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Now we'll vote on the ordinance as stated with the amendment. Any further, do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, we do.
So moved.
Okay, and a second? We have a
We already
motion.
have one. We already have one.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve. I thought that we needed to have a motion on the table to approve the ordinance as amended, Counselor.
We already do because there was a motion, a second amendment, and now we're voting on the motion as amended.
So we're voting on the motion to approve ordinance 1090 as amended?
Correct.
Amended, yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Trustee
I have a
Carabas
question.
has his hand up, sir.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
That's good, no problem. This is mainly for Attorney Dibman. There's nothing, just by indicating that we change it to 12 months, there's nothing stopping Mr. Tamburello coming to us should, more shutdowns, delays cause, coming to us next year and say, hey, I need another 5 months. There's nothing, we don't have to put that in there. He can just do the exact same thing he did, correct?
That's correct. We could execute another amend, extend. It would just take another ordinance to the board because it was originally enacted via ordinance. Every subsequent amendment must also be via an ordinance.
Yep. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. So that's out there for him.
Excellent question.
Thank you.
Excellent question, sir. No further questions? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1090 as amended passes unanimously. Would you please read item 3 under public hearings and ordinances into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next item is the first reading of ordinance 1091, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of section 16-7-50 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning alteration and extension of non-conforming buildings and structures.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo and trustees. Now to 1091. 1091 that you have before you is a modification to the non-conforming language in Chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code. This was a recommendation from the PCDC to address Board of Adjustment's concern with development in the core area of the town and historic areas of town. The Board of Adjustments had received a number of variances for expanding single-family homes or adding porches in that area of town. And the Board of Adjustments found that this was a commonplace occurrence and asked the Board of Trustees to look at how to address the requests that were coming in through a modification to the zoning code, rather than doing it piecemeal individually through variances, as that would essentially result in rezoning the town through variance piecemeal. So when the Board of Trustees looked at it, they referred it to the PCDC. The PCDC looked at a few modifications, either creating a new zone, modifying the text of the R1 district, or modifying the non-conforming part of the code. Their recommendation was to, is in the ordinance you see before you, which is to allow for certain modifications in the R1 district so that development that is already in the setback, the front yard setback, the rear yard setback, or in the what we're recommending tonight in the corner yard setback, would be able to expand without going through the Board of Adjustments via an administrative approval. So if somebody wanted to build a porch on the front of their home, and that home was located in the setback, they wouldn't have to come in and develop a variance application and go to the Board of Adjustments. If they wanted to expand within certain sizes, they could also come in for an administrative setback. So the code you have before you was recommended by the PCDC as the way to address these non-conforming issues in the historic downtown. In specific, it addresses those nonconformities that are in and upon alley-loaded lots. So lots that are typical in downtown have alleys behind them. This doesn't solve the entire problem in the historic downtown, but it does address close to probably 80 to 90% of the problem. The PCDC would like to address it through a rezoning, but wanted to do that after the comprehensive plan is developed and approved. They feel at that time the rezoning would be vetted properly, and the code modifications would then be appropriate at that point in time. So with that, that's my staff report. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Planner Glasgow? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I would move the approval of ordinance 1091, amending sections 16-7-50 of the municipal code concerning alteration and extensions of non-conforming buildings and structures.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1091 as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion? Any amendments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1091 on first reading passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Point of privilege, if I might, I would like to take a break now. Take a 10-minute break.
Okay. I think the board will agree with that. It's a little early, Trustee Waugh. Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
Good.
Thank
We'll take a 10-minute break. Now be honest with me, Lowell. How many footballs have you caught lately?
Footballs?
You know what I'm talking about. Rainbows. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but you know, they cut off the flow. You saw that.
That's what I thought.
So that river's getting pretty low.
Yeah, it is.
So the season may be over.
Let's see now. Trustee Wall. Waiting for Trustee Caravas, Trustee Miller.
Hey, Nick, when Trustee Rogan said 10 minutes, is that 10 minutes normal time or 10 minutes Greek time?
I'm online. That's all I got to say about it. I'm ready to go. We're just waiting for Trustee Miller, and we'll wait a little while. Maybe she's putting the boy down. I don't know. But I would like her to be involved. Dolores, could you check in with Trustee Miller, please? There she is. All right, let's go. Thank you very much, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, consent agenda. Item 1 is Resolution 2020-167, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a contract with Kumar and Associates Incorporated for the Lyons High Street Stormwater Materials Testing Project. Item 2 is Resolution 2020-168, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the 10th Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction Incorporated for Bone Park Phase 2. Item 3 is Resolution 2020-169, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the 11th Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction Incorporated for Bone Park Phase 2. Item 4 is Resolution 2020-170, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the agreement with CGRS Incorporated for the lift station collar assembly and waterproofing for the Eastern Corridor Utilities Project. Item 5 is Resolution 2020-171, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Emergency Siren System Expansion Project. Item 6 is Resolution 2020-172, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, in support of a CU solar feasibility study. Item 7 is Resolution 2020-173, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with the Longmont Humane Society. Item 8 is a request for funding from the Regional Air Quality Council. Item 9 is the November accounts payable. And item 10 is the October 19th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there any items that any of the trustees wish to pull from the consent agenda?
Yes, number 4 and 6, please.
Yes, sir. Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item 4 and 6.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as stated. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The consent agenda passes unanimously. Trustee Caravas, your concerns, sir?
Yep. Number 4, CGRS, the agreement with them, I'd like to make sure we get on the record. Big kudos to them. This is how contractors are supposed to work. The current board members may not understand, some of the new board members may not understand some of the issues I took. I went after some of our other contractors in the previous Laverne Johnson Park and changes and trying to charge us for them. This company is taking it upon themselves to fix it, take care of it. That's the way it's supposed to be done. Thank you, CGRS. So I'd like to get on the record. Good kudos to them. That's how it should be done. I move to approve resolution 2020-170 at this time.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution 2020-170. Or any further comments? I agree with you 100%, Trustee Caravas. Any further comments? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Consent agenda item 4 passes unanimously. You're concerned with item 6, Trustee Caravas?
Just to touch with staff and everyone that the UEB is talking about possible electric rate study again, which costs, I think, quite a few $1,000s for a call, Victoria. So just as this small amount comes out of there, we'll have additional monies most likely coming out in the very near future of the rate study. And the rate of return, as I mentioned last time, I'm a little concerned of what that rate of return on the investment will conclude or show us based on the decommissioning costs, because we don't always seem to get all these costs or all these rate of returns all in one document or one form. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that and stay aware of that. At this time, I move to approve resolution 2020-172.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of resolution 2020-172. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Number 6 under the consent agenda passes unanimously. Under general business, Madam Clerk, could you please read number 1 into the record?
Yes, item 1 is discussion direction to staff regarding the 2021 budget.
I'm not as familiar with the process as perhaps I should be, but I'll depend on our Finance Director Johnson to give us some direction.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I've given you guys a staff report. There are 3 items which I've already received requests to get these changed. The first one is going to be property tax. There is a property tax increase to the budget based on the mills. What had happened is the assessment actually came in after the budget was prepared for you all. So there is an increase of $7,853 that I will make that adjustment. Second item, the water rescue stations. Mayor Pro Tem Browning had brought these up again. These did not get into this prepared budget for that was presented to the board. So we're looking at adding another $5,000 into the parks area. And then there is a request on the consent agenda for the RAQC, the Regional Air Quality Council. They're requesting a $200 grant. And we actually have our Goodwill grants. They're going to be $12,500 in 2021. I'm suggesting that we use $200 of that money to go ahead and send to the RAQC. The final one option, we had talked earlier about the SFC grant, the sustainability coordinator. If the board did want to do that, we could use the additional money in our reserves to be able to fund both of those. So that would be an option for the board if you chose to take that. And other than that, this is open for you guys to make changes to the budget that you would like to see.
Finance Director Johnson, you referred to 2 items in regard to the SFC.
Yes, we had talked earlier about the sustainability coordinator that is being, that they're suggesting being funded through the sustainability grant from Boulder County. So if we were to do that and we still wanted to do the limb pickup, we could still do that using reserves.
Okay. And
It would
now-
be up to the board.
Okay, and, oh, all right.
I wanted to give you that option.
Okay, I think that, I mean, is it the board's pleasure to make that decision right now? Do we want to finance the SFC director, Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I thought my understanding of the earlier discussion was that there's a $15,000 grant available from Boulder County with a town match of 3,700 or something like that. And if there was the option of contracting for specific project related items, and the direction I thought we gave was we want to give priority to the limb pickup. So isn't it an available option that they would include in their grant request to Boulder County enough to make sure we've got the limb pickup covered, plus including we have another 5,000 in the general fund from that, and then the rest of that money to go for specific contracts, so that we wouldn't be hiring a sustainability coordinator. We would be, their grant would cover both an amount for contracting on project specific matters as well as limb pickup. Isn't that an option?
Yes, I was just giving the board the option, if you wanted to fund both, we could do so out of the reserves that we have. It was just an option for you.
I understand it. I thought our direction was pretty clear. I mean, our consensus was pretty clear earlier. That's what we wanted to do, but.
Okay, and I can remove that option.
I mean, let's hear from the rest of the board on that.
Yeah.
That was my understanding as
understand.
well,
Yeah.
to be perfectly honest with you. But let me ask the rest of the board that, because that's the way I like to operate. Trustee Rogan, what was your understanding? And are you willing to make an exception and use reserves?
Well, I'm a little confused, honestly, because my understanding was that one of the conditions of the grant was that we cannot use that money for limb pickup, and that was the whole problem. Was I mistaken?
They made an exception because we fall in a small community category. So they said, we're going to allow you to do one or the other instead of saying it has to be the sustainability coordinator this year.
Okay.
It was that last year.
Okay.
Or this year, sorry.
Trustee Lowell, what was your understanding?
I think I understood what the conversation was, and I'm not interested in taking money out of reserves. I think we made our decision.
Trustee Wong?
I think Trustee Lowell put it very well, and I concur with them.
Trustee Caravas?
Here with Lowell and Mr. Wall.
Trustee Miller?
I concur with the rest of my fellow colleagues.
The Board of Trustees' direction is obvious, but thank you for the option, Finance Director Johnson. I'm a little concerned about the reserves and where they're sitting right now, to be perfectly honest with you. I would prefer to get a little healthier. Is this a time when we're to discuss how we feel about certain positions?
Sure.
Staff positions?
Yes, this is your opportunity to change whatever you would like to in the 2021 budget.
Okay. because my concern was that, and I know that there are several options, was that we made cuts to the budget in regard to staff. But the increase in insurance and the, oh, help me, Administrator Simonson.
Insurance and the merit or the
And
cost.
and the merit bonuses, basically, amazingly enough, ate up most of that savings of eliminating those positions. Now, it wasn't true in a couple of other options, and it may not be true if we decide to make further cuts. But what I have a difficult time with, to be perfectly frank with you, is that if we don't have special events, and we're not going to have special events next year, I don't know the need for a special events coordinator. I just don't, I can't reconcile it in today's financial climate, because what I think, and I can say this from a personal standpoint, is I think that we're going to see a real reduction in sales tax in the future. And I mean, it may not indicate that completely, but if our online sales were down from last year, I don't think we've seen the beginning of a true downtrend in our retail sales tax in town. And if we go into a shutdown again, that's of great concern to me. So I would just like the Board of Trustees to consider that. And it's not anything other than I cannot reconcile in my mind, when we're not going to have special events, to have a special events coordinator. How does the rest of the board feel about that? Trustee Lowell?
Well, my only question is I'm trying to gain an understanding of what that position is, because it says special events / recreation. I assume the recreation has to do with the programs that the town offers. And would that be things like the skating rink or the kayak rentals or the hopefully the new softball and baseball programs we're going to have next spring? Is that part of the responsibility of that
Sure,
position?
it's all of those things. So right now, Lisa Ramsey does just part-time. She does recreation programming for seniors and youth. And for next year, I think I've talked to you guys about how overwhelming the parks were this year with trying to coordinate safely that situation. And so Lisa has agreed to take on the parks next year to free up Director Mitchell from having to spend literally 80 hours a week on parks and her job. And so that would free up, Ariel currently does communications and assists with some special events. And this year that was changed dramatically, as we know, but she continued to work on updating the visitors website and really involved with the Arts and Humanities Commission. So she would be the one who would be coordinating the special events and helping with recreation programs next year.
Thank you
And,
for
so,
that.
and some of those special events, you know, you are planning them the year before. I mean, I know that's kind of silly, but that is true. So Lions Outdoor Game starts well before May of the next year. It starts in, you know, September, October of the previous year. So I understand the concern about that. And it may be something that we reduce hours for. But certainly that has been on my radar as well.
Thank you thank you for that explanation. That's kind of what I figured that position involved. I think with the expansion of Bone Park and all the wonderful possibilities we have there, I'm not sure I could support elimination of that position.
Any further comments?
I have one.
Trustee Miller.
I would just like to say that Lisa does a great job with what she does do, and she's instrumental in the Housing and Human Services position on the board as the town liaison, and she's instrumental in finding stuff for the seniors to do. Well, there's not a whole lot of outside activity right now, group activity, that sort of thing. I do think that the seniors have a connection to her that's important, especially this time in life. And so she's also done some, great job with what she can do right now with the kids' recreation leagues. So I can't support cutting that position yet either. I think that it's still important to have her around, and maybe, just we need to keep that in mind, that the seniors are really the biggest piece here with her, and having some sort of connection to somebody in town.
The other thing we're hoping is that with COVID potentially getting much worse over the winter, that when spring arrives again, we're going to see this huge influx in our parks and outdoor activities. And we need to be really well prepared to handle that before spring gets here.
Trustee Lowe.
I just have a procedural question. When we're discussing the budget, are we allowed to discuss individual positions, or rather do we make suggestions to the bottom line and assume that town staff will take care of that?
I like hearing your input on positions. I certainly don't, we shouldn't talk about personnel, in particular the person and their performance. So it's kind of a mixture of both of those things. I would be happy to hear that, you feel this area, we could trim, and then I decide if that means we keep one full-time or have two part-times, or whichever might happen. But certainly the budget is yours to adopt, so you have the ability to affect the, what departments you feel we should cut expenses in.
Trustee Rogan.
So I'm not in favor of cutting any positions whatsoever. I think we don't know what's going to happen with COVID. People can be moved around. We've got a very talented staff who can do many, many things. And I wonder about if we need to reduce costs in some way. Is there an option to not do the cost of living increases? And what would the impact of that be? I think we're all so concerned about the financial situation, and we absolutely should be, because it's really concerning. But I think it's also important to remember that this is a community of people, and it's just so important to provide stability to the entire town. So that's my input.
Any further input?
Just to follow up on Trustee Rogan's question, if we were to not do the merit increases, what that would put back as far as not having an expense would be $26,321. So it's fairly small. The 5% increase in insurance is a little bit bigger. I'm sorry, it's actually small as well. It's $17,968 for a 5% increase. A lot of changes that we have between 2020 and 2021 in personnel that kind of ate up some of that savings that we had by not filling vacant positions are people changing their insurance. So if I go from a single person to a family, I mean, that's a big difference. So we have some of those kind of things as well. So just be aware.
I know Trustee Wall had his hand up as well.
I can't see it. I still can't see it.
I had my hand
There you go. Thank you, Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, I want to echo the sentiments of some of the other trustees. I think the event coordinator, that's going to be when things start to get better and we can see people and so forth. That's a revenue generating position, and I support keeping that position. I also like Trustee Rogan's suggestion. It's unfortunate that we can't perhaps give merit increases, but the fact is that everyone is still gainfully employed and has benefits and so forth in a time where that is a lot more than most people or a lot of people have. So just wanted to put my comments in there.
No further comments?
You know, the other,
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yeah, just briefly, I understand the point about the special events, but to some extent, that's gonna have to be a flexible position depending on what events we can have. And sometimes not doing the special events we've done in the past and substituting new kinds of smaller special events may require actually as much work or thought and time to publicize them as just doing the same thing we did last year again. So I think, as the town administrator suggested, if we're in lockdown mode for the first 6 months of 2020, you can do hour reductions in hours spent on that. But so I think during the year there's going to need to be flexibility, but I can't see that eliminating that position is. I'm not totally for eliminating it, but again, if there's just things we can't do, then the hours can be reduced. So I think that should be kept in mind.
the other thing we haven't talked about is furloughs, and a lot of communities are proposing furloughs. And the town did do that during the recession, and I was part of that. And there's a couple ways we can do that. It again is one of those things that it takes quite a few days for it to equal a significant amount in the budget. But we could potentially offer those if you decide you do want to keep all staff, but look at other options such as cutting merit or reduction of hours. We could do some voluntary furloughs. Sometimes you just never know. People sometimes are in a life situation where they wouldn't mind taking a month off unpaid. So there's that option as well that we really haven't discussed, or asking everyone to use, one furlough day a month or a quarter to help with them. Our problem is so many of our people don't use their vacation during the year that we still have to carry that on the books.
Further comments? I do find it quite fascinating that, and I love the staff too, believe me, but I do find it quite fascinating that as I look throughout the country and the state, and I look at budgets, and I look at where budgets can be cut, most of the time they are in personnel. I've had discussions with various trustees in the past. We've had discussions in regard to being able to show the public that we're being financially astute and smart in regard to savings, because perhaps in the future, we would want a bond, and that would take a vote of the people, and we would want them to know that we were being responsible with their money. So I find this quite fascinating that we're not, when it comes down to it, willing to take the measures that would endear us to the people that feel that we should be a little more prudent with their money. So, and I mean, it's okay, but I do find it fascinating. And the amount of money that's involved in the merit raises is such a little amount of money that to me, a merit raise to me always meant that you were doing a great job. So, I mean, to talk about that and even considering cutting that, that's not what I'm talking about. I've had people on this board of trustees tell me that they wanted to cut a couple of $100,000 off of this budget and payroll, up to $400,000 in this payroll, and we're not doing it. We're not doing it when we have the opportunity, and that's okay. Majority rules, but I don't think that the people are going to appreciate it. And I think that we are headed into much darker times than we've seen to date. I don't think it's going to get better. I think it's going to get worse. So I hope I'm wrong. But I do find it fascinating that that we haven't in public discussed what perhaps we have at other times during the year. And that's okay too. But I just thought I'd just be honest and frank. And I think that if we do go to the people for a $5 or $6 million bond, that perhaps these decisions that we made at this time may not bode well. And like I said, hopefully I'm wrong.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of things about that. First of all, my earlier comments were directed to your specific comment about the special events coordinator. I am going to move here in a few minutes for some substantial reductions, but
good.
Also,
I thought we were done.
no, we're not done. I wasn't. I didn't think we were doing final comments on the budget. I've got a couple of things on that.
All right, sir.
But
Go
but
ahead.
also the starting point. Also, I think there's some confusion here, and I heard it mentioned this afternoon. It was mentioned again at our agenda meeting, and mentioned again tonight that the potential merit increase plus the increase in insurance is going to wipe out most of the savings from personnel reductions. But that's not what Finance Director Johnson's cover memo says. It says that the merit increases would total about 26,000, and the insurance premium increases would total about another 18,000. So that's 44,000. And it says budgeted personnel are reduced by 3.5 FTEs for total savings of 182,000. So those items don't offset each other. If those numbers are right in the cover memo, we are reducing a substantial amount, like $140,000 or so, by making FTEs in what's proposed already.
But actually,
right.
well, the numbers in the cover memo are accurate. However, like I said, there are other things within the budget from 2020 to 2021 that are variances. I have a worksheet that shows each position and the different variances. So like I said, some people went from single insurance to family insurance, and all of the different variables going up and down, the total differences in the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget for staffing is $18,481. That's it.
So
That's
there's
taking
another-
out those three and a half FTEs, doing the
Right.
merit.
Oh. Jill, you froze. There, you're back now. You're back.
Oh, sorry.
You froze for a little bit.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know if you guys got all that. So if you look at the staffing in the budget book, it talks about staffing alternative 1. So the numbers in the cover memo are accurate. The difference though in the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget is only $18,000 of savings. The reason for that is there's differences between people moved positions. There's insurance changes. There's a lot of different things that happen. So there's variances between each position that ate up that money. And I have a worksheet that I can share with everybody that shows that.
Yeah, because that remaining difference would be another $120,000, $140,000 almost. That's a lot. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I am going to have a motion here in a few minutes to deal with some of that as in the area the mayor suggested. But one other comment first, just to touch on something you mentioned earlier, and it's something I just thought of over the weekend and emailed you about, and that's the water safety stations that we talked about and everything. As I understand it, there is a pending grant request with GOCO that might cover the anticipated cost of that, so that if we add it to the parks budget, and I think the estimation was about $5,000, something like that. If we add it there, it's money we may not have to spend if the GOCO grant comes through, or there was suggested some possibility of a grant from the LCF on that. We wouldn't have to spend the whole $5,000, but if for whatever reason those grants don't go through, I guess the appropriate procedure would be go ahead and budget it so it's there if we need it, but it may be one of those items that we budget and don't spend, hopefully. And that's something that came from the Parks Commission, and originally the Pinewood Fire Department that started that up there after they had the unfortunate drownings and everything. And in our prior budget discussions, I just didn't realize it wasn't in there. And then I, for kind of a coincidence this weekend, talked to somebody who lives on the Little Thompson and was talking about what they do up there. And I thought, oh, you know what? I don't think we put those water safety stations in the budget. So it's kind of in there as a sort of contingency. If the grants come through, we don't have to spend it. But if the grants don't come through, we can do that.
And I can add that in.
Mayor Trustee Lowell has his hand up.
Excuse me, I thought that Mayor Pro Tem Browning wasn't done yet.
I've got a motion to make, but just to make a major budget adjustment. But
okay, Trustee Lowell.
Trustee Lowell may want to speak something else first.
Go ahead, sir.
I have a question. What is the town's history on what we euphemistically used to call reductions in force in the corporate world? But if things are as dire as Mayor Angelo is suggesting they might be, we do have the flexibility to lay off people anytime during the year, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yes, if we see, as you guys know, we have presented what is a balanced budget, but you guys certainly have the ability to change it if you want to put more in capital or another area. But of course, if we see a major change in what we've projected for revenue in the year, we should cut expenses, yes.
It's similar to what we did with the COVID projections that we had earlier in the year, where we did do the reductions. We didn't actually reduce the budget, but we reduced the amount of revenue that we were expecting. And so we reduced the expenses at that time as well.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning, would you like to continue?
You're on mute.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, hit the wrong button. Sorry. Something I've been thinking about proposing for a while, actually, since last year's budget sessions, and that I've communicated one-on-one with a number of, with all the trustees about. But given what was just discussed, that even with the reduction of 3.5 FTEs because of reallocation of other personnel to and job changes and stuff, that we're not saving that much money. And following up on what the mayor said, that you know, I think that there are good reasons, including in particular a potential future bond issue if we have to go to the voters, but being able to show the citizens of this town that we have substantially reduced overhead. And if all we're doing is reducing $18,000 in total, then we need to look somewhere else, because that's not much of a reduction. I didn't really realize until tonight that that was the limited extent of the overhead reduction. And to me, that's just not enough. And because I have sent this one-on-one to everybody and to the staff as well, where I'm going with this is the area that I've pointed out several times before, and that is our planning department expense, which has quadrupled in recent years. And I had the general feeling that for a town of 2,000 people that was mostly built out, that we were just spending too much money in that regard. And it had basically gotten out of hand since we went from a contract planner in prior years to first one in-house planner, and now proposed to be 2 full-time in-house planners plus a Main Street manager, with that money allocated to a different department. And after that issue got raised, the actual amount of money proposed to be spent in the current draft of the 2021 budget actually increases rather than decreases, because one of the positions is going to full-time with benefits. So I wanted to see if I was off base in that. So I started looking at other towns in Lyons, of roughly Lyons size. And I started with our population based on the 2010 census and just went up the ladder of other Colorado towns until I found 10 other towns where I could find their budgets online and see how much they spent on in-house planning. And I put all that information together. Far and away, Lyons spends more than any of those other towns when you adjust those to what their general revenues are in their budget. The average for the other 10 towns was slightly over $80,000. We propose to spend next year $192,000 in that area. That's not to say that we don't have needs in that area. However, we're a town of about 2,000 people. We have maybe 12 vacant lots left in town limits. Yeah, someday, some year, the Eastern Corridor may be coming if we can get utilities permitted and if we get projects in the works and everything, but we're not there yet. I just don't think that a town our size needs to be spending that much money in that area. There are contract planners available if complex projects come in the future that aren't on the table right now. It's sort of like what we talked about on a much smaller scale for the sustainability coordinator position. If things come in and we can do project by project contract planning, I think that that's a way to address that if the need arises. But I just can't see keeping these permanent positions, 2 full-time positions with all their benefits at that level. And so my motion is going to be to reduce the $192,291 budgeted item for department in-house expenses by $50,000 and allocate that $50,000 to the capital improvements fund. And that would probably require, I think it would require the town administrator and town staff to kind of rethink how we allocate the remaining resources in that area. But I think that's what needs to be done. I think we've reached a point in when these expenses in this area quadruple over a period of about 4 years. I think it's time to rethink what we're doing and allocate an appropriate amount of resources to that area. And I think for a town of our size, if we spend $142,000 on planning next year, that's still well over average for towns our size, and we should be able to get the planning services we need for that amount. And so that is my motion, to reduce that department item by $50,000 for 2021.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to reduce the planning budget as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and to allocate the savings into capital improvements. Any further discussion? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. And I'm sure Mayor Pro Tem won't be surprised at what I'm about to say. I think that may be short-sighted, and let me tell you why. Planning, the term planning can encompass many, many things. And before we decide to cut $50,000 from this budget, I want to really understand what the ramifications of that would be in terms of what are we really losing when we do that? So for example, I think about the in-house knowledge about certified local governments and what becoming a CLG can mean for the town moving forward. I think about the Main Street program and what the ROI on that actually is. If we're going to look at this as, are we getting enough for the money that we're spending? So what are we getting for this money that we're spending? And I think until we understand that, and until we understand what we may be losing in the future by making this cut, it doesn't seem like a really good idea to me. So I'm going to be voting no on it.
Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk? Seeing none? No further comments? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
The motion carries 6-1. Any further discussion regarding the budget and any positions? No further discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you may. Go ahead, sir.
Over the last several months, as we've discussed these issues, and we've been told on the dollar amounts of staff or any other cuts, we've heard from a couple of directors indicating that, if we do that, things will have to be lost, service will be cut, but we never heard anything. So can I ask Victoria, can you start listing those? We've heard that comment several, over the last 6-8 months that, things will have to go away, but nothing's ever been mentioned. Can you just run down a quick list, kind of almost answering something that Trustee Rogan has indicated, what do you lose? So as we make cuts that I really threw out big figures and you panicked, but it was just, like I said, it was an exercise to go through, see what we can do and where, what's going to get cut? What's going to suck? What are people going to recognize right off the bat? What are they going to recognize 6 months down the road? Because it's been mentioned several times. So can you name some of those, please?
Well, it depends which positions you cut. So if we don't have a sustainability coordinator, who's going to coordinate those events? So I have to reallocate those, which didn't sound like a lot in your discussion, but it takes time and energy and marketing to get all that stuff out there. So someone has to pick up those duties. If we trim the recreation coordinator or special events, you know what the result of that is, I think. It could be a loss of services to some of our seniors, to things we offer children. In regard to planning, I'm going to have to take a look at the 50,000 number. That's different than what I thought might be proposed. So I'll have to take a look at that. We have right now, our full-time definition is 36 hours or more. So it's possible to still keep staffing in trim hours, or it's possible to choose a position or not and eliminate some of the things that Trustee Rogan mentioned. So that's an option. One position you haven't talked about is our human resources position. That is something that we did not have prior to the flood. We were required through the grant to maintain that position as long as we had flood recovery staff. And so that flood recovery staff will be going away gradually throughout next year. And that's a position that I would probably take a look at before I would others. You know, not that I want to do that, of course, but because it is filled by someone who lives here in Lyons and we're their livelihood. But that is a position that we will be down to literally 22 staff maybe next year after the flood recovery people are gone. And so that is something that is is a full-time position with benefits. So between the two, it's probably $100,000 that we could absorb back into the clerk and administrator role. Again, doesn't have to happen at the first of the year, but maybe that's something where there's another 50,000 there if we do it mid-year and give that person time to find another job. That's one of the positions we haven't talked about.
That was next on my list to ask you. So,
so that's one that you know, we or look at contracting it. We did check in with some of our smaller communities around us, which aren't so small anymore, but several of them do contract that service because there are laws we have to be following and we have to keep up on. So we and I don't feel like the clerk can add a whole lot more to her plate with some of the changes we're making in the front office without having the receptionist there. We eliminated that position as well. So it depends which position you choose, what service would be lost.
and in addition to that, those questions, thank you very much. Like I said, that HR question was one I was going to ask you, and you covered it very well. So thank you very much for that. But you also touched on it. As we go through this process, should things turn, hopefully not, you know, as doom and gloom as they could get next year, if things stay the way they are, economy changes, nothing's stopping us come March, come June, to reopen this discussion and make, you know, drastic cuts and additional savings should we have to.
Absolutely.
Because I see it as, you know, most important thing we do right now is you know, lights are on, the water's running, the toilet's flush, and it goes somewhere other than out in the street. So that's first and foremost. Probably having streets that you can travel in and get back to work are a very close second. Our parks for our recreation ourselves and visitors to their income are probably another close second, close third. But at some point, we have to draw that magic line. And I know Trustee Rogan says we are a town of people. But if you look on this board, you've got a group of retirees that require a strong economy and income. And if we raise taxes too much, we raise the cost of living too much, well, they're going to be people, every single person on this board has a limit of what we can afford, what will keep us here, and what will make us go elsewhere. So it's a damned if you do, damned if we don't situation that we're all in, and it kind of sucks to be in this position with this.
You know, the other the other position you haven't talked about, and I see has not been real popular this past year, has been code compliance. Now that's contracted out at over $50,000 a year as well. So if you are looking at reductions in that area or willing to just go on a complaint basis again, that people complain to me, and then between me and the sheriff, that's another option that we have not discussed, that did not exist the year before last.
But prior to that, it existed in the past in this town, did it not?
We've never had that
Never
position.
had, okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you.
We did just for a year after the flood. I think it might have been funded by the DOLA staffing grant, because we needed compliance that in like 2014 and 15 to help people with permitting and cleanup and all that. But it was only funded for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Could you clarify something for me, Administrator Simonson?
Sure, I'll try.
In your discussion regarding human resources, you said there were 2 positions that equaled $100,000.
No, just that position with its benefits are probably, I mean, Jill can probably tell me directly, what is 80,000, 90,000?
I can, give me 1 second.
I thought you said that there were 2 positions.
So I think, Mayor, I think you're looking at our option 3, where we had an additional $108,000 that we were kind of looking at doing 1 or 2 positions or a couple of part-time kind of things. So that was just a number.
No, I'm just
for human resources, the total human
I'm
resources.
referencing what I heard in this particular conversation. But let me know what the human.
Does anyone else recall 2 positions I mentioned? No? Okay.
So the human resources would save us $68,841. That's wages and benefits.
You did mention the number 2, Victor, Administrator Simonson. I thought that you might have just been mentioning including what was just cut. I thought it might have been referencing what Mayor Pro Tem Browning had done and the other human resources.
Okay.
You're saving 2, and maybe that's what it was.
Erin, your voice is very, very garbled, but you are mentioning that between HR and the other position.
Yeah, that was just including what had already been decided on with the 50,000 from the resolution vote that was just taken. Still too garbled. Sorry, I could try to call in.
Garbled.
So I'm wrong. It was not. It was nearly 70,000 between wages and benefits for that position.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan has her hand up.
Okay. Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, let's talk about the code compliance guy. I have a feeling that we would be the most popular board in town if he disappeared. But I'm curious. I mean, there's obviously a reason that the town decided to hire a code compliance person. And so I have a 2-part question. One is, Victoria, do you feel like the town accomplished what it wanted to accomplish by hiring this position? And 2, is this position paying for itself either in revenue or cost savings because you and the sheriff aren't having to do some lead work? Like, what do you think the general benefits and drawbacks have been?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think if anyone was seated at the time. Trustee Browning was seated at the time they wanted code compliance. Trustee Karavis, I don't know if you were. Trustee Miller. I'll let them answer if they think it's done its job.
Yeah, I was seated, but I was seated on the planning commission, and the planning commission, when it passed the short-term vacation rentals ordinance, sent that to the board of trustees at the time with a accompanying letter that said basically, not exactly these words, but the gist of it was the PCDC has been working really hard multiple times on doing things like the ADU ordinance that we amended like 3 different times. We worked for a long time on the tiny homes ordinance. We worked a lot on the short-term vacation rentals ordinance, which was very difficult to draw up. We basically said, we're getting tired of doing all these things that are not going to be enforced. Why are we wasting our time on them? If you're going to have to put in a short-term vacation rentals licensing requirement, which leads to collecting hotel and sales taxes on those, you need to enforce the ordinance. And it was at that point that the Board of Trustees at the time decided to add a code enforcement officer. And it does produce some revenue. And the mayor mentioned earlier that we've won some, you know, sort of accolades of sorts for our ADU program and the tiny homes. Didn't, you know, still hoping somebody does that someday, but you can't do those sort of things unless you have enforcement. And by its nature, the code enforcement position is always going to create some negative feedback. If you enforce trash can, you know, ordinances that are bears get into them, or somebody has 5-foot weeds and their neighbors don't like it, but the people that have the 5-foot weeds are fine with it, somebody's going to like you enforcing that, and somebody's not going to like you enforcing that. I think it worked best when I think Ian Greer did a great job as a full-time in-house employee. He got the short-term vacation rental compliance from virtually nothing to almost, you know, 90+% compliance. And since he's gone, I think it's slipped back. But I think it's a necessary position. I think it's better filled by an in-house employee if we can find someone. That was the trouble. We kept the position and advertised for a long time for somebody to replace Ian, and nobody ever applied. So we defaulted to the contract position. I think somebody who's here all the time understands priorities better. But we do a lot of things that require enforcement. And if we don't have somebody to do it and it slips, you'll be back to 3 out of, you know, 17 short-term vacation rentals having licenses and reporting their taxes. And I don't want to go there.
And it's an expensive contract. So if we were able to advertise in-house and pay, if it was part-time and not paying the benefits, there would be a savings there probably.
Of how much, Madam Administrator?
I'm looking at Director Johnson to see if she has any
So
info.
the code enforcement contract is a 16 hours, this is what we're estimating for 2021, and it's 54,000.
See, so for 16 hours, that's more than we pay a full-time 40 hours in-house.
Wow.
Yeah, the outside contracted services are very expensive. It's like the planner will be $200 an hour to do that.
Can I get back to my original position that I wanted to cut? How much does, since we're talking about these positions, how much does the special events coordinator make?
She's looking.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
And I would never, ever even consider cutting a position of an employee of the town who deals with the seniors. That's not what I meant by the special events coordinator.
Oh.
I meant events like the Lions outdoor games.
Well, it's special events and recreation now.
And things like that, because I'm not enamored with that event anyway, because it has never made money, to be perfectly honest with you.
So special events recreation coordinator, salary and benefits is 57,421.
It's not a lot of money.
No. I said almost all our employees will be eligible for the new affordable housing. I mean,
yeah.
No, this is I recently heard some statistics about public sector employees, and we honestly are well below the average in Colorado, even though we live in a county that has the highest cost of living in the state. So these are really, really tough issues to deal with. And if you guys just say overall you'd like me to look at cutting staffing 100,000 and let me figure it out, even if that means everybody goes to 36 hours instead of 40, whatever it might be. That might be a more effective way of doing this, letting us take a look at, whose situation might change in regard to, like Jill said, benefits and healthcare, and who might be going on Social Security next year, or whatever the case may be. But that might just be more effective, and it might help with morale as well. If it's a matter of trimming people, all of us a little bit, versus trying to nickel and dime a couple positions.
I think that's a great idea, personally.
That's what I originally asked way back in April, May, and you guys got mad at me.
I did it, Mike. We presented that.
I got chastised for it pretty good up and down a couple of meetings, quite a few people. But that's why I asked that. Run the scenarios, 100, 200, 300. I mean, what do you come up with? You might come up with anything over 150 is completely, totally ridiculous and just can't be done. But we don't know until we see it.
Well, right now we have the 3 alternatives we've proposed in your budget. And as Joe said, it doesn't necessarily name specific positions at this point. It's cutting staffing dollars.
Well, we've already made a decision tonight.
You did.
So I don't know about going back on that particular decision. That passed 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to maybe do an additional $100,000 or $150,000 worth of cuts, if you think you can manage that, Madam Administrator, I have no problem with that. But I think that we have to approach those kind of numbers. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's 10% of the personnel budget. And that's not a lot when you look at other municipalities and what they cut. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but I think any less than that is not addressing the problem correctly. Because it is a problem, and I think it's going to get worse.
So if we do our staffing alternative 3, if you look at that one, our difference between the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget is $195,000. That would be your cut.
Trustee Lowell's had his hand up for quite a while.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Lowell.
Thank you. Honestly, guys, I'm getting a little confused here. What is the problem we're addressing at this moment? We've already agreed to a budget that cuts 3.5 notional positions, correct?
Yep.
That's the budget on the table now. It's 3.5.
And it's balanced. Yep.
And so we're looking at this as a contingency for the hard times that are coming. I would suggest we play it as it lays. And when those hard times do arrive, then we give you a directive. If our desire is to cut personnel at that point, then that's when we address it. I'm not quite sure why we're talking about this at this point right now.
Any further comments? Go ahead, Mayor.
I kind of agree with Trustee Lowell there. In that, a big change made already in what's proposed was creating a capital improvements fund, and we don't get there without making the changes that are already in there. And so that's a big thing that we've accomplished, I think. And we took another vote tonight, and I think we have made substantial changes And if things, go from bad to worse on COVID, we can make more changes. But I think this, in a couple of respects, we have taken a couple of big steps in this budget. And I'm not sure. I think with these changes, we're getting a long way toward where we need to go. And I'm comfortable with playing it as it lays, as Trustee Lowell said.
Letting it lay with the motion that we passed tonight in regard to planning.
Yes, I mean, if somebody wants to propose something else specific, we can talk about it. But I
Okay.
think that plus the capital improvements fund, plus the including the reduction of 3.5 FTEs is progress.
Okay. Trustee Wah, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on this. I do agree that we gave direction about the planning department. I also think an HR person is overkill for a staff of 22, a dedicated HR person. So I'd like to see that reduced. Just my bigger concern, just generally, is it's not always a question of cost. I get a little bit concerned about, if we cut it so much, we'll just make our existing staff go from 40 to 36. I think we have some areas within staff that it's not necessarily a money issue. I think it's a value issue. So, I'm all for giving the town administrator some leeway in managing the budget. I guess my concern is that doesn't necessarily mean existing staff is the best fit for the problems in the situation that we're looking at in 2021. So if we got employee A and for the same amount of money or even 20% more got person B who was 50% better, we would be in a better situation. So, my comment to the town administrator is let's focus on value, not on dollars and cents always, because I think, $200 an hour for a planner as a consultant makes a lot of sense if they deliver $200 worth of value an hour, rather than having somebody who's $60 an hour cost that's worth 40. And I'm not saying that about a planner. I'm just saying that about a staff person.
Example.
I feel like our staff is amazing and they can do a lot of things, but I also wonder if they're always the best person to be doing the task to which they're assigned. And I would like us to be not always looking at the dollars and cents, but what's our return on those dollars and cents? Because I think there's several areas that we could improve upon what we're getting for the money that's being spent. So with that said, I stand by the 50,000 that we're going to reduce in the planning department. I'd also like to look for another 50,000. I think that's a reasonable. And I guess my question to the finance director is, if we made enough cuts, would the tax discussion that we had earlier, that those numbers I would assume change as well? So the tax increase could conceivably be less if we lower the amount of spending in our budget?
Not if you put it over in capital improvements.
Okay. But I think I agree we've done a pretty good job. I think we can go a little bit further. And I'd like to see another 50,000 and give the town administrator the leeway to administer that how she sees fit.
Trustee Rogan.
Excuse me, I just can't see. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you.
There you go.
I agree that we should leave it as it lay now. The budget is balanced. I still disagree with knocking $50,000 out of planning without knowing what exactly we're losing by doing that. And I don't see why we would add another $50,000 on top of it if the budget is already balanced and if we don't need to cut expenses at the moment. We may need to make some really hard decisions in the future. And if we do, I leave it up to the town administrator to know the best way to do that. But right now, I think we just let it lay or lie. I'm an English major and I don't even know.
What is the pleasure of the board? Trustee Caravas.
This is a question probably for Jill at this time. The other taxing authorities on the mill levies, do we know what the residents in Lyons are getting hit with besides our increase at this time?
I do not at this time.
When will we know? Do you know? I mean, what's the guideline? They have the same deadlines we do at the end of the year?
They do. They have to be certified by December 15th.
Okay, so basically we're playing Russian roulette. We have no idea what, so even though what you went through in your discussion, that hopefully I wish more people would be online, maybe they're watching on YouTube and get the explanation from you. But that, 5% increase, for all we know, it could end up being a 10 or 15 or 20% increase, depending on what the other taxing authorities do at this time, correct?
Well, each taxing authority is limited to the 5.5. Actually, that's not true. Not all of them are. I don't believe that the school district is limited to a 5.5% increase. I believe they can kind of adjust what they need to.
Okay.
But I won't know until mid-December. Sorry.
I kind of thought that. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. Thank you.
We could make a call and find out from a staff perspective what they're recommending, but that doesn't mean they're going to, their boards will do that.
Aren't some of them at their max mill levy? I think the library district is, and maybe the fire district too. I don't think they've got that credit flexibility that we do. All of them. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think some of them may be maxed out so that they can't actually raise it.
Fascinating that the largest mill levy, the St. Vrain Valley School District doesn't have a limitation on how much they can raise their mill levy. So that's liable to have a disproportionate impact.
I don't think they're planning anything since they just did a ballot issue last year.
Yeah. Well, I would like to have the administrator and staff fine tune this a little further. You brought up the human resources position. You brought up the code compliance officer. And there's been a couple of other suggestions. I mean, I'd personally leave it up to you, Madam Administrator. But I prefer a few more cuts, to be honest with you. I don't think that cutting 10% is enough. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I mean, the human resources direct position that you mentioned gets you over 50,000. A couple of people said. So if somebody wants to make a motion now or on final approval to, that's presented in the budget materials as alternative too. So they've got that sitting in front of us if somebody wants to propose that and vote on it. I don't know.
I'll entertain a motion. Trustee Lowell.
I would make that motion, except I thought I heard Town Administrator Simonson said that as long as we had flood grant people in-house, we had to have a human resources director.
Well, that was the original agreement, was that after they paid like the first 2 years, we would pay for it moving forward while we had flood. But we haven't gotten our confirmation that our flood staff are funded next year, except for one or two of them 3 months into the year. And let's hope we get that funded, because I don't know who's going to have time to do Tracy's job. Ooh.
With that explanation, what's your position, Trustee Lowell?
Hold on a minute, let me look here.
Okay.
It could even be as generic as 50,000 from an additional 50,000. And if you're specifically want it from staffing, or if you operating in general.
Okay, I have it here. I would make so I'm going to make this motion, but I am not going to name the position. Rather, I am going to assign a bottom line figure to it, which reflects what the position costs, according to the information I was given by Jill in her last, in her annual budget presentation. So I would make a motion to decrease, correct me if I'm wrong on this, to decrease the personnel line item by $68,841.40.
Is there a second?
I'll second so we can discuss it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table to cut 68,000 on the figure that Trustee Lowell mentioned. Discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of difficult because like I said, they laid out an alternative two for us to give us the deal. But if we don't want to do that specific alternative, then we're asking them to bring us a kind of a new alternative two that would get us to the same position. And I'm not real sure how I feel about the HR position, frankly. The possibility was mentioned of, 6 months to implement that, and I think there's a fairness element there. So I don't know. I'm kind of undecided about this. I literally just seconds to put it on the floor for discussion. I haven't fully made up my mind on that.
Any further discussion? No further discussion? There's been a motion and a second, as stated.
Trustee Rogan.
I'm sorry. Why do I have such a hard time seeing that hand? Trustee Rogan.
I'll start waving it more. I disagree with this. I think it's arbitrary to assign an amount that we need to reduce personnel by at this time. If we can revisit the budget in the future, and if things are looking that much more dire in 3 months or 6 months, why wouldn't we just revisit it then? Why would we put somebody out of a job now if the budget is balanced? And maybe it's just me being a newbie at this entire process, but to me, that just doesn't make any sense.
I totally agree with Trustee Rogan. I think this is totally premature. I agree that there's going to be some darker times coming, but at this point, why would we put people on the chopping block? I don't get it. I mean, yeah, we need to cut the budget. We know that there's going to be some budget cuts coming, but let's wait and see. This is a fluid issue. I'm personally tired of talking about it.
Any further comments?
I only made that motion to have a discussion on it. And that was I wanted to have the discussion on this, Mayor Angelo, because you had brought up the idea of cutting additional funds.
I understand. Okay, no further discussion. I'll call for the vote.
You're on mute.
I'm on mute.
I was. Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
The motion fails 2-5. Okay, any further discussion? All right. Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item under general business?
The next item is discussion and direction to staff on the town annual report.
Wait a minute. Do we need a motion on the overall budget?
Yes.
Do we?
No.
No, I don't think so.
There's no resolution for approval of the budget. on
Oh, I'm sorry. This was discussion. Sorry.
Right.
We have
The
more.
Go ahead.
The next step should be our resolution will come forward next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Finance Director Johnson, your report on the town annual report.
That would be me.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Trustee Lowell.
You don't want me in town in charge of the town's finances.
I don't know about that.
I'm going to do this in concert with Kim Mitchell. So Kim, if you could share the screen, we'll kick off this fun discussion.
Is Kim still awake and online?
Still up?
I don't know.
There we
she is. Oh, there she is. She's doing it in her sleep.
Okay, so folks, this is something that I've talked to a number of you about. I proposed it when I was running. We're looking at putting out an annual town report, hopefully. This is going to happen on a regular basis from here on out. And let me just preface all this by saying that I'm not suggesting that there's some sort of deficiency in the town's current communication efforts. I am more than pleased with the job of communication that the town does in real time with the email blasts and on the emergency blasts, the events and the schedules. I've got no problem with that. But I'm doing this rather as a person who has been looking at town reports now for 30, 35 years. And I've seen the value of having a regular annual report put out by the town to communicate issues of town budgets, successes, failures, the philosophy of leadership, et cetera. Excuse me. So I would like to see a town report for Lions, and it was refreshing to me in conversation with Kim Mitchell to know that she had been looking at it as well, at what other towns do. So basically, this is really all about an increased public awareness. The town information is there. I find it as a newcomer somewhat tough to research the budget, the boards, their plans, the reasons for their actions. So what we need is basically a compendium at the end of the year, which really tells the story of the town of the previous year, as well as the plans going forward. It's a collection of reports, basically. There's a report by the mayor, the town administrator, the finance director, all the major directors in the towns, as well as all of the boards and commissions, who they are, what they did the previous year, what they're going to do for the next year, as well as the justification for the budget. If you can put up the next slide, Kim. You know, in addition, in the report, I think it's proper to have a report from both the fire district, the Boulder County Sheriff, and I hope Sergeant Christ is able to provide this, that's specific to the town of Lyons. The Lyons Library District would also have the ability to put information in there. The outside agencies, they're optional. We could put in LEAF, LCF, Lions Volunteers, et cetera. They're welcome to put their material in there. And the financials, I haven't discussed with Finance Director Johnson yet exactly what the level of detail will be that we would put in there. It could be as few as 6 to 10 sheets. It could be more if we think it's reasonable. I've estimated the report to be probably about 100 pages. 80 to 85 of that is narrative. The rest of that might be Director Johnson's spreadsheets. The distribution of it would be, Kim, if you want to show that next slide. Kim had come up with this nice little trifold that could be distributed in the utility bills, which would be sort of a teaser to an online report where residents could access it off the town's website. Initially, when I was thinking about this, I had thought maybe we would print out hard copies, but we want to be green on this, and to print up enough copies, one for each household, would be, not only would it be expensive, I'm not sure it would be environmentally responsible. So I think we should probably have it online. I would like to print up a limited number of hard copies for those people who perhaps don't have good access to the internet. You know, maybe 25 or 50 copies that would be available for people. If it turns out that there's more of a demand for hard copies, we can do that. We're basically talking somewhere in the order of maybe $250 to $400 for maybe 50 to 150 copies. The good news is I don't suggest these things lightly. I am perfectly willing to take on the coordination efforts to put this thing together. I would need the help of town staff to do the proper linkage in an online document. But by and large, I would be gathering the reports from all the contributors, putting them together, probably in a Word document that we could. I would need some help linking to make it a good readable online document. So I'll take the con on that. I have no issue with that. In fact, years ago I volunteered to Mayor Sullivan to do this. I didn't get much traction on it, so I'm going to be the guy on this. I would envision this report probably being distributed in February. I know some of the financial figures may not be complete at that point, but I think we could come pretty close. And so I would envision kicking this off. I could kick this off probably in December with some of the boards and commissions and at least give them a heads up on what's expected of them. I could also give them an example. I did one for the ecology board for each of the last 2 years. That would sort of serve as a model that they could just copy. I'd give them a template, give them a deadline, and then I would work with them to get it done. So all I'm looking for tonight is consensus from the board to go forward with this project and to get your comments. And so now we'll have some discussion on it.
Oh, there I am. Okay. I think it's a phenomenal idea. I always have. I like all the information in the same place. I think we've discussed this in the past, and you had a unanimous consent of the board, and I think you will this time as well. Coordinate with Administrator Simonson and the rest of the staff, Finance Director Johnson, and I think you're well on your way, sir. Any other further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree. It's an excellent idea. And to further emphasize what you said earlier, if at some point the town needs to go to the voters for a bond issue or a tax increase at some point, if we get into it, having given them the opportunity year after year in a report to tell them what good things we've done, what problems we're facing, that lays the groundwork for going to the voters for whatever we need to go to them for. And I think increases our chances of success in the future. So I'm all in favor of it.
Trustee Watt? Trustee Watt?
It's, I think it's a great idea, and I applaud Trustee Lowell for taking the lead. So more power to you, and if you need help, don't hesitate to give me a call.
Trustee Caravas?
I think it's a good idea. Trustee Lowell talked to me about this, gosh, for the last 3-4 years on the ecology board. You brought it up. We talked about it. It's a good idea. And I'd just like to indicate that to Jill and staff, the document we got for our budget right here, this pamphlet is a pretty good start. And then our first budget session that we got, the directors, or the all-day session on Saturday that the directors gave us the reports, is one hell of a start for this year alone. So to me, it sounds like you're almost halfway there as is with what current staff has already put together for you.
Trustee Miller?
I just have questions about how much is going to cost in staff time. Any ideas?
Any ideas?
Well, I had a discussion with Kim Mitchell about this, and really, once I put it together, I will just need him or probably Ariel to help me with the linkage and to set this thing up for an online document. That's about the extent of it. The rest is on me.
Okay, so not a ton, since we're talking about budget cuts.
Right. No, I don't see a lot of time. I haven't quantified it. Maybe 20 hours of staff time.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan?
I think it's fine. I'd like to track how much staff time we're using to put this out. And also, I'd love to see some metrics after it goes out regarding how many people are actually reading it. Be interesting to know.
Okay. I think you have your the answer that you need, sir. Unanimous consensus approval of the Board of Trustees.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, item 3 under general business, please read it into the record.
Item 3 is discussion and direction to staff regarding the PM10 emission reduction commitment. There's an option A and an option B for this board to consider.
Staff?
Thank you. Plus, I think UEB talked about this as well, right, Trustee Carvis?
I wasn't at the meeting.
Oh.
Not UEB. The House.
You did not? Okay.
I'm not aware of this.
You're breaking up, Aaron. You're breaking up, Aaron.
No.
Oh, it was Dave. Dave is online.
Yeah, I can probably make pretty quick work of this. You know, this is probably the most exciting thing you've talked about on all night, particulate matters. This is just more informational. I have an email into Dr. Cog on this. It's something we hadn't seen in the past and just wanted to make the board aware of it. It's a Dr. Cog form that is basically related to the TIP program for the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. And it has to do with basically reducing particulate matters over the next 50 years. And it has to do with basically street sweeping and what you use for, or de-icing. And for the town of Lyons, it is pretty minimal. We only have 10 miles of roadways, and we use anywhere from 25 to 50 tons of product per year. And we no longer use a salt sand or a sand salt product. We actually use an OMRI rated organic material that is naturally mined. So it's a mineral salt. And so it doesn't accumulate as much on the street as the previous product that was used a few years ago. I have an email again into DRCOG to ask them how we should fill out this form and what reductions we should be looking for based on that 1989 baseline, which to be quite honest with you, I'm not very familiar with. None of our staff was. So we really need to get some guidance from DRCOG. We just wanted to make you aware of this form. And we probably want to make the Sustainability Futures Commission aware of it as well, and the Ecology Board. And so we wanted to make you aware of it. I don't think we'll have any issues meeting the reductions over that period because again, we just don't use a lot of that product. We don't de-ice all of our streets. We only do certain portions on hillsides and then major intersections as well on our primary routes. Everything else we just plow. And in any given year, obviously, depending on how much snow we have in Lyons, we use more or less product. So I really just need to get more feedback on this to figure out how to fill out the form. But certainly if you have comments or concerns, once we fill it out, we can get it back to the board as well.
Well, it's due tomorrow or yesterday or today, I guess.
Right. And she has an email from me, so I think we'll, I think
well, I wrote to her as well, Dave, and she said not a problem because we are a small user. But I think it's good information for the board to know that as part of a commitment to DRCOG and to environmental issues, they are asking us to make a reduction in this area.
Correct.
And, if we're currently using, let's say our average is 35 tons a year, maybe even if we say we will make a 50% reduction by 2050, we could figure that out. Because but this is an education thing as well for our community.
Certainly.
Do we know,
Trustee Watt.
do we know where CDOT is in regard to this? Do we know what they're using? Because it may not be Lyons streets, but it's certainly a major highway coming through Lyons.
They have to report on the highway themselves and what their plan is. So this would just be our streets. So we would do option A, which says the streets we're responsible for.
Okay.
And what kind of do we want to make?
I can tell you the de-icing product that they use that is granular is the same product we use.
Good, David. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad we saved the most exciting topic for last. First of all. So I received an email today from DRCOG, and I'm wondering who else did. It was sent with high importance about this very subject, I think. And so did anybody else get this email, Dave or Mayor Angelo, or was it just me?
I don't have any idea, to be honest with you. I was off the computer all afternoon because I had about 5 appointments in Longmont, but I'll double check.
Okay, because to me, it sounds like DRCOG is asking us to commit to the reduction, but that we don't have to provide details at this time. So I'm confused. Dave, I'm going to forward this to you.
Okay.
How about that? And I'll copy Mayor and Victoria, of course.
Thank you.
So I think at this point, as long as they know we're addressing it. I do think SFC and Ecology Board are good ones to weigh in as well. But it's just, again, just something that the board needs to understand that DRCOG is expecting of us as a partner in these mobility issues and environmental issues. And so if it'd be okay with the board, we can just inform you after we've had those discussions with what they recommend, if they really want this turned in the next 2 weeks. Is there at least consensus that we're willing to participate in some form of a reduction?
We have to participate. I mean, this is an organization that we want to participate with in as many areas as possible. Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, I understand that we need to participate in this, but you know, I don't have enough information to make a decision. You know, I personally, you know, it was due yesterday. This is the first time we're hearing of it. You know, I think you bring up a good point. I think the amount of particulate matter in the air, and this is an area that I've recently started working in, is air quality, is something that's very, you know, the state is probably more responsible for the PM levels in the town of Lyons than if we didn't have a single grain of sand on our streets. So, you know, I think we're in a little bit of a unique situation. I would say that 98% of the traffic that comes through Lyons is on roads that are controlled and maintained by someone else. I'm not saying that I'm against it, but sure, we'll reduce. You know, I mean, we have 2 shovels less full next year or not. I mean, this makes no sense. I mean, this is fine. We'll be better because we don't have to make any commitments. I mean, I think this, you know, that's fine. Go and get people that know about this involved, and we'll make a request. But bringing this with this amount of lack of information at 11:30 at night as the last agenda meeting item, it's ridiculous. I don't have enough information other than to say we should be good partners of DRCOG, even if the request is ridiculous. We're going to have no impact. If we use no sand at all, our PM levels are not going to be significantly changed because of the road systems and the road transportation networks in the town of Lyons.
Yeah, I know a little bit about particulate matter and how much CEMEX puts particulate matter in the air. So, you know, I can understand your frustration, Trustee Waugh. I've been through this before with DRCOG. But
when was the request made of us?
Probably like the day after your last meeting or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, right at the beginning of November.
October or November?
No, November.
Today's November 2nd, Dave.
I got it from DRCOG on that. Sorry, this was a return email. October 16th.
Yeah, so that it came right like the same day as your board meeting. And it wasn't worth calling a special meeting. I think right now, like as we said, they just want to know whether or not we plan to participate. We can get them some details later.
Well, as long as the details are forwarded to the Board of Trustees, I think that's fine. Do we need to make a decision tonight? It says option A and option B.
Well, option A is asking for the actual amount of reduction. I think what Dave is saying is we've reached out to them and said, we don't even know what our baseline is in 1989.
Okay.
And we need to kind of talk about what kind of reduction. But again, we're such an insignificant number in the big picture of this. They just want to know if we're going to be working toward helping.
Our baseline 30 years ago? That's fascinating.
I know.
That's really fascinating. Okay, can we move on? Discussion of future agenda items. Does anybody have any requests for future agenda items? I have one. I would like to discuss on a future agenda the possibility of and the position of the Board of Trustees, this Board of Trustees, in regard to a hotel in town. I think it's important. It's been mentioned in the past comprehensive plans, and we have perhaps the possibility of it becoming a reality. So I think it's a very important item to discuss. I discussed this with both Mayor Pro Tem Browning and Administrator Simonson, and she suggested that we have a workshop on it. And I think that that's a good idea because I think it's an extremely important issue to address. So I'd like to see that on a future either agenda or workshop. Any others?
Mayor?
Yes, Trustee Rogan.
I agree with you. And I also would like to see the hotel feasibility study included in materials for that, just to make sure everybody reads it. I'd like to have the DOLA Main Street people do a short introduction and presentation about what they do and the value that we can get out of them since they're here for us. I think we should all understand what that means.
Excellent. Anybody else? Okay. Summary of action items, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I've got the staff is to follow up on filing liens on the delinquent revolving loan fund accounts, form a task force to address fire mitigation concerns with the PCDC, hire a condemnation attorney for the Second Avenue Bridge, budget cuts of $50,000 in the planning department, move forward with the town annual report with Trustee Lowell, and follow up with Dr. Cog on the emission reduction commitment.
Madam Administrator.
The only thing I have to add is to amend ordinance 1090 to reflect the correct dates, months for the Tamburello. And this creating the task force for the Planning Commission, but it sounds like Trustee Carvis will be leading that charge.
Counselor, do you have anything to add?
No, it sounds like it's been covered, so.
Okay. All right, I'm sure that everybody's going to love to hear this. Meeting adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Night.
Good night.